chicken soup. That was there.
In goes to the man in one of the back stroke hits it. This captain. Leo moving in goes to Emmanuel.
By math threat, it does exactly that to indicate that this one is too far. So one more for the total. The 50 has come up for the Moripo Pioneers, and just for the loss of 1 wicket. Pumpfield not doing justice to his skill set in this over as he comes in to bowl. This one is outside off stump, and there is an appeal by the keeper, but he's alone, not supported by anybody else, but just Noel Leo coming up with that appeal. Lonesome appeal, pretty lonely, if you ask me, Greg, for that appeal.
Yes, I think very much an optimistic appeal.
And Pumpfield comes in. Outside, this one is a lot straight, wraps him on the pad. A delivery that seemed to be moving back into the left hander, into the pads of Sabina Simanol, who was looking to tuck it away into the onside, but not making any contact. And the appeal goes up at 4-10 pretty quickly as well. Greg Wilson, but good comeback delivery from Sanjay Pumpfield. After being hit for the 6th, he's bowled 2 beautiful deliveries after the 6 and wide.
Yes, certainly he has come back very well in the over.
Pumpfield. Again, it's a bit straight, and Sabina Emmanuel looking to tuck it into the onside again, not making any contact, and there's no run. So 3 good follow-up deliveries from Sanjay Pumpfield. And I began telling you, Greg, that in the semi-finals, the last qualifying round game, he was given the ball and he bowled very admirably, and I thought it would have been tough for the skipper and the coach to leave him out of this 11 today. This time he tucks this one again into the path of Emmanuel. Emmanuel just pushes it out towards the short mid-wicket, closer to square leg, where Darren Sammy, Darren Sammy comes around as the field, and the over comes to a close. So after 6 overs, we are 55 for 1 after 6 overs. What looks like a good start after in the power play for the Moripo Pioneers.
Yes, certainly a good enough start for the Moripo Pioneers. It must be noted, Clivers, that there was a change in the opening pair this evening, in that Rohan Lesmore was given an opportunity to go at the top of the order. But it was the wicket of Lesmore who will score on 29 in the 4th over. But since then, we saw Christian Shalry, the captain, has joined Sabina Emmanuel, which these two really has done admirably for the team over the past few years.
It's a bit of a change. So basically, they probably would have given Rohan Lesmore a free rein at the top to say, go ahead and see how much you can get in the power play. And it looks like there is going to be a bowling change. Tyler Sukwa will take up the attack from the media center end here at the Darren Sammy cricket ground. And in traditional Tyler Sukwa fashion, raises that right hand way up in the air, and he moves in rhythmically. And this time is shot outside of someone. Sabina Emmanuel is cutting out towards the deep backward point, and he will get just a single. But Tyler Sukwa has transgressed that line of thinking, and it is a no ball. The umpire James signals a no ball, so Christian Shalry for the 2nd time in as many overs gets an opportunity to face a free hit delivery, Greg Wilson.
Yes, not the best start by Tyler Sukwa. First delivery, transgressing the line and really giving the captain the free rein of swinging to the boundaries. So let's see if he will be more successful than Pumpfield was in the previous over.
And Sukwa comes in and pulling. He has gone over again. Shot. He really strangled Christian Shalry for room, but Again, he went over the line, and this time, Sabinas Emmanuel gets his turn at facing a free hit delivery. And of course, the captain has the luxury of making adjustments to the field because the batter has changed. So there's one advantage that goes to Captain Sammy, and you see the movements happening now in the field and see making the adjustment. The third man comes in and Sukwa bowls again to Sabina, swinging for the hill into the breeze out towards mid-wicket. The mid-wicket fielder comes off the boundary and does the fielding there, restricted to one. So really and truly, Tyler Sukwa has done well, much better than his predecessor in terms of the bowling the no ball and being penalized for it.
Yes, the 2 no balls, basically, one would say, just resulted in just 2 runs. So certainly, he has sort of redeemed himself to a certain extent.
And we know Tyler Sukwa, when he's on song, he can be a handful. And if he's familiar, Tyler Sukwa starts where he leans forward and raises that hand as if to say, I'm coming for you, is a Tyler Sukwa. He's making a change to his field now as he prepares to deliver to Christian Sharri, who has joined Sabina Emmanuel, coming in at 3 today. Well, usually known for the opening with Sabinas Emmanuel, and today they're partnering again, not as openers, but he's coming in at 3 to replace Lesmore, who was sent in to partner Emmanuel, who is now on 34. Christian Sharri, he awaits and is getting a delivery on a length, looking to play this one into the onside, and that might have come off the pad, did come off the pad, out into the offside towards Gully, and he comes through for 1 leg by. So 1 more to the total. The score moves on to 61 really, 61 for 1, and we're into over number 7. So what looks like a good start for the Monrepo Credit Union, Monrepo Pioneers, very good.
Yeah, certainly a good enough start. Just a loss of just 1 wicket, and they are now into the 7th over.
Sukwa making adjustments, and the captain keeps making a lot of adjustments to the field as Sukwa comes in. Again, shot of a length outside of stump, and Emmanuel looking to punch off the back foot, not making the desired contact, and it goes straight to the short field fielder, and there's no run. So a good delivery again from Tyler Sukwa. He is really bowling a good over so far, having bowled 2 no balls in that over, and really pulling things back very nicely is Tyler Sukwa, and really keeping the scoring at again. Emmanuel can't beat that backward point fielder, and just a single. Good fielding, good support coming through from the field for Tyler Sukwa, and definitely the Sukwa is really getting the support he deserves from the field. He's bowled 2 no balls, but he's really been on target and not giving Sabinas Emmanuel the room to freeze, and on this occasion, this time he'll be bowling to Shalri, Captain Christian. Again, is very tight on about off stump, and Christian Shalri just steps inside the line and looking to play it into the onside. Tyler fields in his follow through, 1 more to the total, and Tyler Sukwa, Greg Wilson, apart from these 2 no balls, has bowled a splendid over.
Tight over really has not given the batsmen the leeway to really free their arms. He has bowled to the bodies, and as you indicate, the fact that he has bowled those 2 no balls, still just 7 runs of the 5 legal deliveries yet.
Of course, Sukwa, a good over, and he finishes bang on target. Does Sukwa. He finishes with a dot delivery. So a fantastic over from Tyler Sukwa. The 7 overs bowled 63 for 1. So Tyler Sukwa really coming through nicely. Having bowled 2 no balls in the over, still coming through and closing the over off very, very nicely. So at this point, Greg Wilson, advantage, where do you see it?
I would think advantage would be the Monrepo Pioneers. After 763, I think you would take that. For the loss of 1, you would take that sort of scores any day.
Definitely, I think the platform has been set here, and notwithstanding they've lost 1 wicket, but the Moripo Credit Union, Moripo Pioneers, they have a solid platform, and this is familiar territory for the Moripo Pioneers. Sabinas Emmanuel and Christian Shalry have always given them a good, solid foundation. So they thought today that they could have sacrificed the wicket of Rohan Lesmore for a few quick runs. It didn't quite work as they planned it, but nevertheless, he was able to put on 29 runs with Emmanuel. And we seen the introduction of spin. It's the very experienced head of Chauvin Charles with his leg spin over the wicket to Shalry. Shalry is cutting and cutting well out towards the backward point. The fielder comes around, and not before they come through for the second one. The return comes in, a good return, but Christian Shalry had definitely completed 2 very easy runs. Chauvin Charles a little bit too short on this occasion, and a wide outside off stump giving Christian Shalry the opportunity to play the cut short.
Yes, was delivering short and wide. Was very lucky that he did not go all the way into the boundary for 4.
Charles this time, again short, being pulled out towards long on. The fielder comes around. They think about the second one, but it's a good return, a good sharp running there. Looks like Sammy, Merlan Sammy, it looks like to be on the boundary, and making that good sharp sprint and restricting them to just a solitary run. So 1 more to the total, but importantly for the Moripo Credit Union Pioneers, Sabinas Emmanuel gets the strike. He's been batting for a lot longer than his captain and talisman Christian Shalry, and of course they will be happy to see him bowling, facing Chauvin Charles, a leg spin into him, in with the breeze as well, but Chauvin Charles fires this one in and tucked into the onside for another single. But good matchup there. Sabinas Emmanuel with the breeze helping, facing the leg spin of Chauvin Charles. It will be a good matchup for him.
Yes, certainly, and these two would have played cricket against each other and with each other for a while, both in the Moripo League and in national competition, so they would know each other very well.
Charles again, short and wide, and in the air, and this one is going out towards the boundary, challenges the boundary, it wins the race as the fielder comes around, but again, Chauvin Charles is short and wide outside of stump, and he's paid a heavier price this time as Ted Jonas leaped into the air, but could not make a stop. Excellent shot from Christian Shalry, very loose bowling from Chauvin on this occasion.
Yes, this one certainly deserved to go for a boundary, short and wide, and all he had to do was just evade Ted Jonas, and there was 4 written all over it.
And he did do so. And Charles, again, cut fine, and good fielding there. The man at the short third man just running around very sharply. And it's Siobhan Leo who does the fielding. The return comes in, but the single was on and taken rather easily as well. Chauvin Charles will really need to come off the over, finish off this over nicely if he's to have any sort of respectability. Without any major struggle, 9 has come off so far, and Charles, he does exactly that, fires this one into Sabinas Emmanuel, and there's no run. So he closes up nicely. 9 of the over, 72 for 1 after 8 overs from the Moripo Pioneers. A good start for them, solid platform.
Yes, solid platform indeed. The current rates 9 and over. I think they certainly would be pleased with that start. And having lost just 1 wicket, as we have indicated, I mean, they really is a solid platform. And if Sabinas Emmanuel can bat up until perhaps, well, one would hope if he could bat the whole 20 overs, they would get pretty much close to 200 runs. But of note, Clivers, there's no Darren Sammy Jr. in the team this evening.
Yes, very notable absence of Darren Sammy Jr. We know that the Avatar Healthcare Micoud Eagles is always featuring a load of Sammys. I'm not sure if Darren Sammy Jr., I know he's at school in Barbados, so I'm not sure that maybe it must have been some troubles with his flight arrangements, particularly because he was supposed to be here last weekend. He might have come home and have had to go back to school. So I know he's at school in Barbados, so probably arrangements could not have been made. I'm not quite sure, but I'm thinking, given what happened with the weather and the postponement of the games, that might have affected him. But to be honest, I do believe that the Eagles have enough in the tank. And a bit of a mix-up, and Kirsten Jules fires this one in, and really this was pretty much basic stuff. Could have given it to Noel Leo to effect the run. The batsman had a bit of a communication error, stranded mid-pitch. Kirsten Jules, the new bowler who comes in, fires this one in, and really missing the stump. But it was a real let-up for the Monrepo Pioneers.
Yes, real let-up indeed. Kirsten Jules in his follow-through picked up the ball, and rather than underarming the ball, chose to throw over arm and then one bounce over the stump. So really a real let off there. Saminas was gone for all his worth.
Definitely. So Kirsten Jules, I'm sure the captain would not be happy. So Kirsten Jules, pretty elementary stuff, could have easily underarmed the ball to Noel Leo, who was standing right there at the stump. I had to struggle for the backing up as well, because Kirsten Jules really let it rip. And fortunately for Sabinas Emmanuel, he bounced over. And Jules comes in again to Emmanuel. Emmanuel is cutting out towards point. And this time they come through for the run. They complete it with ease. The throw comes in, backed up well by Darren Sammy, the skipper. So Kirsten Jules really essentially giving a life to Sabinas Emmanuel. How costly will that be, Greg?
Yes, certainly. The likes of Sabinas, you do not want to give him a chance, and that was, like you said, elementary stuff. Straightforward run out, which he missed.
And this time to Shalry. Shalry is cutting out towards backward point, moving Wells, diving to his left, makes the stop, and the single is completed. So one more to the total. The Monrepo Credit Union, Monrepo Pioneers are doing well. The solid start by the two. They've lost less more as Jules moves in this time to bowl to Emmanuel. And far outside of stump, and he is getting under this one, out towards the boundary. 2 bounces into the boundary, 4 runs. Whip provided with an offer, and Sabinas Emmanuel gleefully accepted, full and wide, and he was able to get this one out through the point boundary for 4.
Yes, Sabinas Emmanuel has been out in the middle there for a bit too long to really missed out on that juicy wide half volley that was still to him, just playing this one sort of inside out, and 2 bounces into the boundary for 4.
Jules, this time to Sabinas, he's on target. He just plays it into the offside. The point man rushes in, can't prevent the run. 1 more to the total. So Kirsten Jules has been made to pay for his error of giving a life essentially to Sabinas Emmanuel. Sabinas Emmanuel himself hitting him for 4 in the over. The over yielding 7 runs with 1 ball to go. Jules would want to finish well. A pretty wily character himself, Kirsten Jules. He's been among the wickets so far for the Eagles, and he bowls to Shalry. Shalry tucks this one out towards the fielder at really just a short fine leg, and it comes through for the single. So we have 8 coming off the over. 80 for 1 after 9 overs, Greg Wilson. And Monrepo Pioneers, 81 for 1. There's just a quick correction here. The Pioneers would feel really happy, and the batsmen doing exactly what they need to do, the odd boundaries and running well hard between the wickets. So this over yielded, every delivery yielded runs, and the odd boundary came as well. So, and just like that, 8 runs on the board.
Yes, credit has to be given to these two out there. Good communication in terms of running, although we saw a slight mix-up, but in terms of good aggressive running, and as you did indicate, not too many dot balls. If you look at the last 3 overs, we've not had so many dot balls. In between the boundaries, like you did indicate, they are also the singles, the 1s and 2s. So that always keeps the scoreboard ticking.
And definitely, and it's Darren Sammy, actually we see coming out of retirement with the ball. It's not very familiar. We saw him in one of the earlier games where he bowled his, should we call that off spinners or rollers?
Optimistic spin.
And Sammy, optimistic spin, and he has, there is an appeal, the confident appeal, and it might have been caught behind. It could have been a stumping as well. I am not quite sure.
The decision came from the
presiding umpire. So it was a caught behind. Sammy, and we called it optimistic spin, and right off the bat, he has started off with the wicket of Christian Shalry.
Yes, Christian Shalry certainly would be disappointed to get out in the manner in which he did it, and more so to the bowling of Sammy, like we did describe it as more optimistic bowling than anything else. Nothing too threatening out there, but Sammy would say it's the stroke of genius to bring himself on and first delivery, getting the captain, his opposite number, Christian Shalry.
And with that wicket, the umpires have called in for the strategic timeout, and that is going to be taken now. We will take a strategic timeout ourselves here in the commentary box, just to strategize with the next leg of the commentaries. So certainly, we're going to take a little break now, and we'll come back with more cricket here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Stadium.
I thought for a split second it may have been stung, but then I saw my friend's hands went up. So I huh? Yeah, after the reason we just take over the 10 over and not move forward. Or we get to the 10 over already. All of that because one is the 10 over. So I'll do it, I'll do it. Ending. Yeah, I'll do it. Do the other 5 balls. I think players have to come in. Players coming after 5.
Yeah,
so definitely by the time I do, then we go to
on the Avatar Healthcare Holdings, Micoud Eagles, and Darren Sammy, just by some stroke of genius, according to how Greg Wilson describes it, brought himself on and first delivery effected. Well, broke a long-standing partnership between Christian Shalry and Sabinas Emmanuel, and Keon Gaston comes in to replace Shalry and Sammy with what we like to describe as optimistic off spin again to Gaston. Gaston is driving all along the ground. Sammy parries it out towards mid-off and can't prevent the single head, Darren Sammy. So the first run comes off his bowling for the evening. 1 for 1 in 2 deliveries so far. He's making the adjustments, marshalling the troops. This time he will be bowling to the left-handed Sabinas Emmanuel, who has been given a life already, Greg Wilson. And Sabinas Emmanuel, what do you think would be his chances against Darren Sammy's speed?
Well, time will tell, but I'm certain that he may very well be deposited into the Johnson Charleston.
Sammy into Emmanuel. Emmanuel goes across and he bowls it. Darren Sammy. Darren Sammy is really doing trick. On the back as well in the space of 3 or 4 deliveries. So Darren Sammy working the magic here for the Micoud Avatar Healthcare Holdings Micoud Eagles magician captain Darren Sammy.
Yes, slow delivery tossed up outside the off stump, and Sabines Emmanuel looking to deposit this one more towards the mid wicket area and getting an inside edge, and the ball ricocheted onto the stumps rather than perhaps looking to hit Sammy inside out or straight down, because that was really slow. He could have afforded to use his feet, but choose to go across the line, and really he paid the price.
Definitely, and the Moripo fans who have gathered here have been silenced. We had the drums and the taboo and everything running, and Darren Sammy, in a matter of 3 deliveries, have silenced the small but vociferous crowd here at the Darren Sammy Stadium. So he's really claiming his stadium in this particular over, Greg Wilson, and we see Craig Emmanuel, very experienced, coming in to replace Sabinas Emmanuel.
Yes, well, these two certainly would have to do a rebuilding job, losing 2 quick wickets in this over, and the 2 set batsmen at that. So Craig Emmanuel, with all his experience, will have to come to bear. And young Keon Gaston, we have seen him really grow in leaps and bounds over the past few years. He's no mug with the bat.
Sammy, very old this time. He does not let it go, and the umpire will signal a dead ball. So really playing with in the minds of the batsman Darren Sammy, playing some mind games there. Continues round the wicket to Craig Emmanuel, very slow, swept well, but can't. And there's a real mix-up, diving effort from Keon Gaston. A big mix-up here because Sanjay Pamphil, it was well swept but well stopped by Sanjay Pamphil, and created that kind of mix-up. So Greg Wilson, a pretty comical stuff, but it ends well for the Moripo Pioneers.
Yes, so certainly a mix-up in communication. Craig Emmanuel swept the ball, and Pamphil really putting his body on the line. But Keon Gaston, as the young buck, very eager to get down at the striker's end. And Craig Emmanuel, to be fair to him, was on one knee, so he really could not have taken off immediately.
Probably Keon Gaston is saying, hey, I need to get some of this very slow stuff that Darren Sammy is serving up. And Darren Sammy can count himself lucky. Well, he was backed up by Pamphil well in the field as well, because had that been a little further away, a foot away from Pamphil, it would have been a definite boundary. And the mind games continue here.
Yes, a bit of byplay between Craig Emmanuel and Darren Sammy.
The mind games are coming to the forehead. Darren Sammy is having some fun, moving the field around and really playing the mind game here. Who's going to win it? Sammy to Craig, and Craig is sweeping. This time he finds a gap out towards the boundary. He does not have the timing. This one does not have the legs to go, and he's coming back for the second run. And in 3 or 4 long strides, he's up the wicket. Craig Emmanuel, very quick between the wickets, and Keon Gaston giving him good support on this occasion.
Yes, a bit of hesitation in the running, but I think a stronger throw might have found Craig Emmanuel wanting, but all well ends well, and they were back for 2 very quick runs. So the battle continues between Sammy and Craig Emmanuel.
Very smart bowling from Darren Sammy. He's taking all the pace off the ball and asking the batsmen to make the pace, put in the pace that they so desire. So he's playing the mind game, and so far he seemed to be winning. 2 wickets to him and only 3 runs. 1 delivery to go in the over, and very slow and flighted, swept again, and Pamphil diving to his right at deep backward square makes the stop, and only a single. So excellent mind game from Darren Sammy, and a very solid over from him. 1 over, 4 runs, and 2 wickets. The 2 set batsmen, Bindi Smith, Greg Wilson. We've had 10 overs bowled. The timeout had been taken. We'll get some comments from you, and then it will be the double change of Claudius Emmanuel, and of course for the first time this evening, Jamal James.
Yes, certainly just 1 over from Captain Darren Sammy, and he has really changed the whole complexion of the inning. As they always say, you add 2 wickets to whatever score, and certainly you would say it's a different ball game, and certainly he has done that. Bowled his 1 over, conceding just 4 runs and picking up the 2 set batsmen. So with that, welcome back, Claudius Emmanuel.
Thank you, Greg. As it's going to be delivery that is into Emmanuel. Emmanuel back, plays it up on the onside. We will get another run that takes him to 4, 85, or is that 86? 86 for 3. This is over number 11. So Greg Wilson takes a break, and we are joined by Jamal James. Monrepo Pioneers setback here, Jamal, as they look to rebuild.
Yes, good night, Claudius, and to our viewers and listeners. The pendulum of excitement and interest clearly working out here. The game is shifting in terms of control, and Darren Sammy in his previous over just regaining that control for his team.
Jules moves in, goes to Gaston. Gaston back, plays it down to third man, and will get a single as the total goes to 87 for 3. Craig Emmanuel will come into strike. So Darren Sammy with a double strike in the previous over, and very cagey with his deliveries, very slow through the air, and proving to be quite a handful for the Monrepo Pioneers. Jules away from us, balls to Emmanuel, looking to drives, but straight to mid-off. And there's no run. So the wicket is going on 44. From 35 deliveries, he was getting the boundaries with regularity. But a setback for Monrepo, having to rebuild. James goes away from us, balls to Emmanuel. Emmanuel driving again. Turn comes in up. From Gaston for the single. Emmanuel and Gaston, the communication has not been the best, but they eventually make it. But in the brief partnership so far, James, Jamal, they have not really communicated smoothly and clearly.
Not at all, but remember that they would have been the men to have done the job for the Monrepo up until this point.
Gaston waits as Jules moves into this delivery. He's getting one that is coming into him. Good understanding between the two on this occasion. They take the single as the ball is played to backward point. And one more to the total, one more to Gaston. He goes to 3. So Gaston just raising the hand to acknowledge good communication from Craig Emmanuel on this occasion. With the single, the total going to 89 for 3. This is over number 11. Monrepo winning the toss. In fact, batting first. And they are, in fact, scoring at, 8.22. Sammy makes a change to the field, pushes the man from inside the circle at mid-wicket towards the boundary, and the man from deep backward square comes into the circle. Emmanuel on strike, so they've got long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Joes to Emmanuel, driving, airborne through the covers up towards the boundary, and will beat the man from deep cover to his right into the boundary for 4. So typical Craig drive along the ground out towards the boundary for 4.
Yes, an exquisite drive here from Craig Emmanuel, but Kirsten Jules clearly losing the plot. And these are the things that tend to make a captain look bad. Obviously not the 2-time World Cup winning captain in the form of Darren Sammy, but Sammy would have just reinforced the leg side. And there was Kirsten Jules serving up a half volley outside the line of the off stump, but he did not have the protection. And Craig Emmanuel, he has the skill to access that part of the ground, and resulting in a boundary for the Monrepo team.
Sammy, 1 over, the previous one, picking up 2 wickets, those of delivery, that is off the back foot to Gaston. Gaston looking to drive off that back foot, but can't reach Sylvain Charles at extra cover. No run. Sammy pushes the deep point fielder towards extra cover to his right. And we'll move in now to Keon Gaston. Gaston to this delivery. Gets a flighted delivery and lofts it out towards long on. The fielder is under it and takes the catch. So another wicket for Darren Sammy. A lofted delivery, tempting Gaston to go for the big drive. Gaston took up the challenge, but was not able to clear the fielder on the long on boundary. The ball nestling nicely in his lap to signal another wicket for the guys from the east, the Micoud Eagles. They have the 4th Monrepo Pioneers wicket, with Gaston going, cut off the bowling of Darren Sammy, who's picked up his 3rd wicket in his 2nd over. And the Monrepo Pioneers, they have slid to 93 for 4.
Worrying signs there for the Monrepo team. Darren Sammy giving a reminder of location, Claudius. We're at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground here, and he's apparently doing some tax collecting, demanding those free wickets here. But the free wickets that he has gotten, they've been contrasting in terms of when on his first delivery, Captain Shallery, I thought that he played him on name basically. He was very cautious against Sammy. But Sabinas Emmanuel wanted to take him to the cleaners immediately. And his first ball, losing his shape, losing the timing, getting bowled. And now Keon Gastard, the batsman who has really stood out for the Monrepo team, has brought them home in these close games, has fallen. So a lot of work to do for an untested middle to lower order for the Monrepo Pioneers team.
So the left-handed Cody Lesmore replaces Keon Gaston, and Sammy will move in. Bowls to Lesmore. Lesmore is driving outside the off stump and not making contact. It comes off the glove or maybe the pad of the keeper. Sammy is employed a lot of flight, almost hanging the ball in the air and teasing the batsmen to go for the big hit, and we'll have to say, been drowning in the honey, because this Jamal is really hanging that in the air. He's posting a slip as he comes in now. Balls to Lesmore. Lesmore is driving out towards the deep extra cover field as a sweeper. They think of the second, but it's not on as the return comes back to Darren Sammy. So Lesmore is up the mark. 94 for 4. This is very slow through the air, Jamal.
Extremely slow, and I think that the batters in this tournament would not have dreamed of contending with bowling like that. It's not the sort of stuff that you practice for in an afternoon.
Craig Emmanuel will be in strike. Sammy comes in, bowls to him, delivery that is backing away and missing outside the off stump and into the gloves of the keeper. But credit to Darren Sammy, those deliveries are difficult to hit because you have to wait so long for the delivery to get to you, Jamal.
Batsmen usually like some more pace on the ball to work with, but they're getting nothing here from Darren Sammy.
Sammy to Emmanuel, looking to sweep and struck on the pad well outside of the leg stump. And the over is completed. Darren Sammy is almost getting away with murder here, you'll have to say, at the end of his second over. He ends with a dot ball. Emmanuel not able to get the ball away. And after 12, the Monrepo Pioneers, they are 94 for 4. And halted by Darren Sammy.
2 overs, and Sammy has picked up 3 wickets and has only conceded 5 runs. I mean, I remember that 7 for 66, Claudius, in Darren Sammy's heyday. But just look at those brilliant figures. But clearly signs of trouble for the Monrepo team, who were going quite well up until Sammy's introduction into the attack. And Cody Lesmore, he would not have contributed much to their campaign thus far, but he has a lot of time to bat, along with the experienced Craig Emmanuel.
As Tyler Sukwa comes back for his second spell over number 13, as he comes in, bowls to Lesmore. Lesmore is happy to get some pace on the ball and plays it up to the self-same Darren Sammy at the short extra cover position. And there's no run. So the total remaining on 94 for 4.
Yes, and Claudius, usually at this phase of the innings, you usually have 5 men out on the boundary, but with Lesmore on strike, you have 5 men encroaching within the circle.
Sukwa to Lesmore. Lesmore is beaten outside the off stump, driving a little tentatively. And the ball going into the gloves of. They have done a real good job over the past maybe 4 or 5 overs, certainly since Darren come into the past 4 overs and a bit. They have really halted the progress of the Monrepo Eagles. It was a few overs ago that Sabin Emmanuel was hitting the boundary with regularity, but he's gone for 44. Sukwa with that very quirky action goes away from us, bowls to Lesmore. Lesmore is beaten outside the off stump again. The ball angled across him, the left-hander, and not able to lay bat on ball. Sukwa in this over, 3 dot balls.
Yes, Sukwa has been nothing short of excellent for the Micoud team all tournament. He's someone who works very hard on his cricket every afternoon, even when no one is around. At the Phillip Park, he's bowling to his cones.
Number 10 on his back with the left arm stretched out behind, goes away from us, bowls to Lesmore. Lesmore gets a delivery that he wants to get a run from, but he will not do that as it goes straight to the mid-wicket region, with Sukwa being a lot straighter on about the leg stump, but it's on target. So we have had a string of 6 dot balls, 2 in the last over from Darren Sammy, 4 in this over from Tyler Sukwa, so the pressure building on the Pioneers. Lesmore waits, left-hander with the bat held high. As he comes in now, delivery that is hit past the stretched left arm of Sukwa. He'll get a single, Lesmore, as the ball goes straight to the mid-on fielder. And 1 more to the total as it goes to 95 for 4. Craig Emmanuel comes in to strike. Darren Sammy really marshalling the troops and keeping the Pioneers very quiet here in terms of moving the scoring along. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg for Emmanuel, as well as deep extra cover. Sukwa to complete the 13th over. Will move in now to the right-handed Emmanuel. To this delivery, Emmanuel is looking to work that on the onside and struck on the pad. And the appeal may be stifled by Sukwa in the end as he completes a very tight over with just a single coming. At the end of it, the 13th of the innings, the Monrepo Pioneers batting first. They are 4 for 95.
Yes, you mentioned the stifled appeal, but the bowling here from Darren Sammy and Tyler Sukwa clearly stifling the efforts of the Monrepo Pioneers team. Sammy, since his introduction, has worked the stuff of dreams and has called upon Tyler Sukwa, and he has delivered thus far. He has kept things quiet, and we may not be able to see the entire picture on our screens, but Darren Sammy has really been demonstrating his tactical acumen, especially when Cody Lesmore has been on strike, just squeezing him. At times you see 5 men encroaching on Cody Lesmore, and about the 3rd or the 4th delivery of the over, just spreading that field to just give him that single and really putting the pressure on Emmanuel.
Sammy with a slip in place, bowls to Lesmore. Lesmore back and just can't lay bat on ball. Another dot ball bowled by Sammy. Not surprisingly, the rhythm section out in the Johnson Charleston has gone quiet. Lofted out towards mid-on, over the head of the fielder and into the boundary. 4, is that 4? Let's wait for the umpire, looking to get an indication from the fielder. And that's what I think is signaling 4. So delivery that, as we have seen from Darren Sammy, again flighted. The challenge picked up by Lesmore, lofting it out towards the long on fielder, who dived away to his left but was not able to hold on. Well, not able to get a hand to it. The ball dropping to his left inside the boundary for 4. 99 for 4. Delivery that he goes back. Once a single, will get it as he plays it to the point region as Jules comes in. And the 100 coming up for Monrepo. So 100 for 4 in the 14th over. The the Pioneers looking to just push things along a little bit now as Darren Sammy concedes a boundary early in the over. The right-handed Emmanuel will come in. Changes to the field. Deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. 4 men inside the circle. Backward point, extra cover, backward square leg, and the straightish mid-wicket. Sammy round the wicket. Will move into Emmanuel, looking to sweep. Good slide. Make a stop of it. That's Wells. Keeps Emmanuel down to 1, getting the ball in behind it. So 1 more to Emmanuel. He goes to 11, or he goes to 10. 100. He goes to 11. 102. 102 for 4. Sammy to Lesmore. Lesmore back edging, but will go to the non-strikers and the throw a little late. Sammy not happy with how long it took to get to him, but the single eventually taken. Craig Emmanuel responding to the call from, well, maybe his call, because it was to the back of the fielder, the batter. Lesmore, who gets a single, 102 for 4. Lesmore going to 8 with the single. Emmanuel waits as Sammy comes in round the wicket to this delivery. Craig is using his feet out towards square leg. They have taken one. They'll come back for the second as the throw comes into Sammy. So 2 taken as the 2 fielders, the 2 batters communicate well to complete the over. Darren Sammy's third, and at the end of it, is that the 15th, the 14th of the innings. It is 104 for 4.
A bit more intent shown against the bowling of Darren Sammy, but to my mind, he could have had, and maybe should have had, his 4th wicket. There was a bit of underestimation concerning the hitting abilities of Cody Lesmore, and his brother Merlin Sammy was not posted right back on the boundary's edge, and this ball going over his head, bouncing once just before it went away. And since then, more intent against Darren Sammy.
Super starts over number 15. Goes in, goes to Lesmore. Lesmore is driving it out towards the onside. The fielder comes to his left. That's Jules from the down position. So 1 more to Lesmore. He goes to 9, and the total 105 for 4. For Pioneers, starting with Sabinas Emmanuel and Rohan Lesmore. Lesmore was the first to go. Caught off the bowling of Jonas for 4. It was 29 for 1. It became 81 for 2 when Shalri went. Emmanuel in strike as Sukwa comes in, bowls to him. Emmanuel is looking to drive. Big appeal and given out. Delivery that was on about middle and off. Emmanuel looking to work it on the onside and struck in front. Umpire James agreeing with Sukwa that would have hit the stumps. So the end of Craig Emmanuel. LBW to Sukwa for 12. And in the 15th over, Monaco, they have 5 for 105.
Yes, and I don't think that Craig Emmanuel can feel himself unlucky with that dismissal here. This one was full and straight, and you could have seen his head falling over to the offside and playing around the pads, and this one would have crashed into middle stump, and Tyler Supwa once again delivering the goods for this Micoud team. Darren Sammy would be well pleased with his efforts throughout the tournament and picking up his first wicket of the night. He's only conceded 9 runs, and we would have mentioned that this is an untested middle to lower order here because the bulk of the run scoring for the Monaco team would have been done by the likes of Sabinas Emmanuel, Christian Shalri. Craig Emmanuel would have just gotten out, and the impressive all-rounder Keon Gasto. But the rest of the batters have not had much to do. But tonight, there's a lot of work to be done to get Monaco to a total of respectability.
Hazel Shalry is the new batsman. So he's come in, and he is going to be facing up to Tyler Sukwa. Sukwa picking up his first wicket. So we're giving you the scorecard. So 2 for 81 when Shalry went, 3 for 82 when Sabinas Emmanuel went, bowled by Sammy, dragging on for 44, 5 for 4 for 93 when Keon Gaston was dismissed for 3, and then 5 for 105. Emmanuel out in the previous delivery to Shalry that he goes back looking to turn it. Struck on the thigh pad, and they will get 1. Umpire James now signaling leg by. So 1 more to the total, 106 for 5. This is the 15th over. And, well, you've been making the point, Jamal, about this untested middle order. So they have a chance to show their mettle. And it's very important because the Monaco Pioneers side, they really do need the middle order to produce. because you'd think 106 for 5, that's not what they'll be looking for in the semi-final. To Lesmore forward, but can't score. A good tight delivery from Sukwa. He gets a high five from Sammy, who must be happy with how he has gone so far. He has kept things quiet. So himself and Sukwa in this bowling partnership, they have really squeezed out the Monrepo Pioneers. Sukwa getting ready to go in once again to Lesmore. Lesmore to this delivery is tugging it out towards mid-wicket. A bit of footwork being done there by Wells. He's successful. Keeps the batter's correction down to 107 for 5. Sukwa continue to do good work.
Certainly, and if we're being quite honest, he's not really being challenged by the batters. Lesmore has not shown the ability to find the boundary with the regularity needed at this phase of the innings. Once you bowl at hard length to him, he has shown an inability to cope, really.
Deep mid-wicket goes out towards the boundary. Delivery that is looking to drive is Shallery, not making contact. And the ball going into the gloves of Noel Leo. So the end of the 15th over. At the end of it, Monrepo Pioneers batting first. They are 5 for 107. More from Jamal James. And then it's going to be Cliver's Jules to bring the conclusion to the innings.
Yes, we would have mentioned about the pendulum that just kept swinging. Monrepo in a position of strength within the first 10 overs. But with the introduction of Darren Sammy, things have certainly pegged back from, for the last 5. And Monrepo in need of a re-injection of impetus to the innings. And Cody Lesmore, talented youngster at the age group level, but needs to come to the fore tonight. He has faced a lot of deliveries and needs to see a return on the investment. Welcome back, Clivers.
Darren Sammy will continue. And slow again, very, very slow through the air is Darren Sammy. And this time he's bowling to Hazel Shallery, the batsmen of the Monrepo Credit Union. Monrepo Pioneers have not been able to find the answers to the questions Darren Sammy's posed. This one is hit high in the air out towards the Johnson Charles stand, and it is deposited into the stands. So Hazel Shallery now bringing his hitting prowess to the fore. Darren Sammy floating it out there, and it's the left-hander Cody Lesmore for the second time. Correction here. It's a Cody Lesmore for the second time hitting out towards mid-wicket. This time he gets more power on it, and 6 runs to him. Darren Sammy now, his figure's been messed up just a little bit. He's into his 4th over. Nevertheless, a wonderful spell from him so far. Sammy is turned the game around, and Sammy to Lesmore. Lesmore is pushing out towards the cover region, and he comes through for the single. 1 more to the total. So Cody Lesmore really answering Jamal the call of that injection of boundaries with that 6. And Hazel Shallery, the right-hander, would want to follow up with that and kind of spoil the figures of Darren Sammy. He started very, very well. And now with those couple of boundaries, things have turned a little bit against him. And he's still marshalling the troops and moving things around as he moves around the wicket to Hazel, and Hazel is looking to paddle, sweep. 2 shots, 3 shots in 1 shot. Hazel Shallery did not look pretty, but he gets a single nonetheless, Jamal.
There's no real conviction in that shot there at all. But Cody Lesmore fancying his chances against the slow bowling of Darren Sammy. If he could just get across maybe to the off stump and loft him once more, he'll be thinking about it.
And Darren Sammy fires this one into Cody Lesmore. He has tasted the power of Lesmore. And as we speak, Jamal, the greatest fan of St. Lucia cricket, has come to the game. The rain has come to make its presence felt here as well. And Sammy slow, lofted out towards long off the field, has settled and takes it. Darren Sammy gets his 4th wicket. Cody Lesmore and long off comes into play, and this time Darren Sammy gets his man.
Yes, the Sammy combination working once more for the Micoud team. Bowl Darren Sammy, cut Lance Sammy at long off. Cody Lesmore, you'd have just disgusted Clivers. He felt that surge of power after hitting one of his icons, most likely Darren Sammy, into the pavilion here. Wanted to go once more, but Sammy outfoxing the youngster, changing his line more outside the line of the off stump, forcing him to hit against the breeze. And this one here just hung in the air for a long time, presenting a simple opportunity to land Sammy. And the fourth wicket for Darren Sammy. He has one delivery left, Clivers. Do you think he can make it 5 tonight?
He certainly has the ability to. I think he's finished, really. He's completed his spell of 4 overs and a really good spell. Really a game changer for the Avatar Healthcare holding Micoud Eagles, bowling his 4 overs for 22 runs, but more importantly, getting some 4 wickets in the process, really dismantling the batting order of the Monrepo Credit Union, Monrepo Pioneers, and it's a partner in the business, really. I would say partner in crime, but this is not a crime. Partner in the business has been Tyler Sukwa, who provided some excellent support. He will continue as well, Tyler Sukwa, and he moves in to bowl to Edward, and Edward is getting a full delivery. Is that Edward? It is actually Hazel Shalry who's getting a full delivery, looking to work it into the onside, not making proper contact. And we have an issue here, Sam. Certainly, what happened? It was a ball. Oh, Tyler Sukwa. This would not be a good sign, Jamal, for the Avatar Healthcare holding Micoud Eagles.
Yes, I'm not exactly sure what happened there. It might just be a case of cramp, the way that Moving Wells is trying to massage that leg. Certainly looks like cramp here, Clivers. He's hopping off the field. Not good signs at all. He's had his say on this game. He'd have just bowled 3.1 overs and only conceded 10 runs while picking up a wicket. So someone is going to have to complete his over, and hopefully from the Micoud Eagles standpoint, that he could come out later tonight to bat if required.
And Lance Sammy, who's who's really playing stretch out tonight and giving him the jockey of the playing area. And somebody will definitely have to continue with the over for Tyler Sukwa. He's off. And the drizzle has lightened up, but it's still present. We see some activity. The groundsmen are beginning to line up there. But to me, Jamal, the drizzle has lightened up considerably. And it's going to be a Pamphil, a Sanjay Pamphil, who has acquitted himself very well in this match. He also acquitted himself excellently in the last of the qualifying matches. So Pamphil will continue to bowl the 17th over. Sanjay Pamphil moves away from us. And Shalvi is getting a delivery on about the leg stump and looking to turn it into the onside. Sanjay Pamphil does the fielding in his follow through, and there is no run. So the score remains on 115 for 6. We're into the 17th over. We saw Tyler Sukwa after doing some excellent work. Sukwa bowling 3.1 overs, 1 for 10. Excellent returns from him. Exactly what his captain would have wanted from him this evening, as Pamphil comes in to bowl to Shalry, and Shalry is lofting this one high up in the air. Kirsten Jules, he's out at sea with this one. Number 53 on his back, completely lost it. And to make matters worse, he would have seen Merlin Sammy in his peripheral vision as well. And really that made a complete meal of what should have been a simple catch and the first wicket to Sanjay Pamphil.
Yes, and one of the most devastating things that a fielder can experience has just happened. The captain, Darren Sammy, removing him from that position here and placing himself in that pivotal area.
Again, Pamphil is bang on target, and Shalry can't get him away. And another good delivery from Pamphil. Should have really gotten a wicket, but instead Hazel Shalry gets his 2 runs. And the score moves on by 2 to 117. It's a pump fail to continue. Again, this one is kind up in the air. Darren Sammy, does he have the leg to make the move around? And he gets a hand to it and eventually succeed in stopping it just inside the boundary. Darren Sammy would have been better served letting a younger Merlin Sammy or even a Lance Sammy to fill in that hot area of really moving around and not able to cover enough ground on this occasion, Jamal.
He would have removed the younger man from that position there, one ball prior.
Again, shall be looking for the big heave out towards mid-wicket. Can't make any contact. And the over comes to an end. And really a good one again for the Avatar Holdings, the Micoud Eagles, really putting the screws on the scoring of the Monrepo Credit Union, Monrepo Pioneers. And after 17 overs, 119 for 6. Jamal, after 10 overs, the score 85. Really, after 9 overs, 81 for 1. One would have thought that in the last 10 or 11 overs, the Pioneers would have gotten a lot closer to 200. But the efforts of Darren Sammy and Tyler Sukwa have really seen them being placed under some pressure here.
Yes, and speaking of efforts, in fairness to our former skipper, that really was a good effort from him there. Even if he did not make the catch, he did make the ground and did put in a big dive here for the fans. But excellent bowling from him tonight. We were looking at somewhere in the region of 180 for the Monrepo team.
And Ted Jonas comes back and his first delivery to Shawnee Edward, back of the length outside of stump, goes through to the wicket keeper. Shawnee Edward, no real conviction in that, just striding across and really hanging his bat out there, and the ball goes through. Lucky for him, did not take an edge through to Noel Leo, the wicket keeper. And with that sort of action, the skipper has dropped Siobhan Leo to the third man boundary. Again, a full delivery this time down the leg side, and I'm not sure how to describe this particular shot. Jamal, could you give me some assistance with a description of that shot or that offer of a shot from Shawnee Edward?
A bit difficult here, Clivers. But in fairness to him, the field is up on the leg side here, so most likely trying to access that part of the ground.
Again, he's driving through the covers, a half stop from the diving Darren Sammy, and he's really in the thick of things here. And there is an appeal there, is there? Again, everything's happening here in this game. The throw came in, and Hazel Charlie was looking for the second run, and really, was it the third run? Second was really not on. Shawnee pushed and sliding, and again a big mix-up. Can he make it? The throwing fires it in, and another extra run. Really, comedy of errors. Oh my goodness, Jamal James. It is happening so thick and fast there that we can't keep up with it. But misfields, wild throws, miscommunication, it's all happening. But nevertheless, the Pioneers still have 4 wickets intact.
Yes, and they're trying to eke out every run here. They're in a really desperate situation. They fell away from what was expected and now need to just find a way to steal runs wherever that they can. And one of the best ways to do that is to run between the wickets with some positivity.
Again, it will be Jonas. He will be bowling. And drive comes off the outer portion of the bat, out towards the boundary. The sweeper on the cover region will make the stop on the bounce. A very generous bounce to him as well. And only one run taken from that effort. So good feeling on the boundary. And again, Jamal, we've spoken of the strategizing of the skipper Darren Sammy, and it's really coming to the fore here. Good field placement and getting good support from his bowlers as well. Driving, this time it's out towards the backward square. The giving chase is moving well. They come through for one. The second one is on. The return comes in, but not before they complete the 2 runs, so 2 more to Shawnee Edward. And we're seeing a little bit of a move on here Jamal, with the running between the wickets, and just so we've seen 2-4. That's 7, 8, 9 so far from the over, with 1 ball to go as Jonas moves in to bowl to. And this one is driven out towards the backward square, challenges the boundary. Oh my goodness, deep backward point, really 4 runs to Edward. And a welcome boundary, much needed for the Monrepo Pioneers. And 132 comes up with that boundary.
For my mind, Clivers, I think we've seen the shot of the night thus far. This is the shot of a top-class batter here. Shawnil Edwards' batting would have improved leaps and bounds. He would have saved the national under-19 team, and his efforts would have assisted in us lifting the cup right here at the Boston Cricket Grounds. And remember that he is also Windward Island's under-19 player. So certainly one that the Monrepo team would be looking to face as many deliveries of the remaining 12 so that he can just show us more of his boundary hitting potential.
12 deliveries left, and it's Hazel Challery who is on strike. He's been there for all of 7 deliveries. He's on 6, and he's facing Pumfield, and this time out in the air, out towards mid-wicket, and in the air, but in a gap, and they come through for 1 second run. They thought of it, and they did not take it. Shawnil Edward had dropped anchor. One would think they would look to eke out a second run, and the return was not pretty close to the stump. It was not a totally good return, but nevertheless, only just 1 single, 133 on the board. But Shawnil Edward, he really wanted the strike on this occasion, Jamal.
Yes, adrenaline is coursing through his veins there right now. He's feeling the moment. Let's see what happens there.
And Sanjay Pumfield, good line outside off stump, but Shawnil Edward does not look very convincing outside off stump on this occasion. Just really no purpose, half stride forward, just hanging his bat out there. I'm not looking to hit the ball, but we saw in the previous over when he got a little bit of whiff outside there and length as well, he was able to help himself to fall out to the backward point. Sanjay Pumfield. Again, this one is fired into the pads, and Shawnil is halfway down the track. Sanjay Pumfield fields direct hit, and Shawnil Edward, this was really suicidal on his part, Jamal.
A bit of an anti-climax here, and a wicket against the run of play. I'm not sure where Shawnil Edward was going at all. And Sanjay Pumfield might not have taken a wicket for his figures here tonight, but has certainly contributed well. Called upon here by skipper Darren Sammy to bowl as a replacement, really, in the place of Tyler Sukwa, and keeping things quiet, bowling in good areas outside the line of the off-stump to Shawnil Edwards, keeping things quiet. On this occasion, going a bit straighter, Shawnil playing across the line of this one. Maybe he was unaware as to where that ball actually ended up, and sometimes that can happen as a player. And unknown to him, that ball was in the grasp of Sanjay Pumfield, who did not miss the free stumps like what we saw earlier tonight with the possible run out of Sabinas Emmanuel early in the piece.
Definitely Sanjay Pumfield was bang on target, and a good bowler, very good fielder as well, Sanjay Pumfield, and firing this one in and finding the woodwork on this occasion as he moves into bowl to Dscg Henry. Dscg Henry is forward, and again another miscommunication, start-stop. A lot of that we've seen this evening from the Monrepo Credit Union, Monrepo Pioneers batting. A lot of miscommunication, but Sanjay Pumfield could not get the ball in his grasp and unable to even give himself an opportunity to effect another run out. But 1 run to Dscg Henry, who's a new batsman to replace Edward. And Hazel is driving again out towards mid-wicket, and he will come through for 1. They think of the second, but it's not on as the return comes in, and it remains on just 1. And Hazel Challery, he's moved to 8. The score has moved on to 135 for 7. 1 ball shy of the completion of the 18th over. Pumfield moves in, and driving is Henry out towards Sammy. That's Merlin Sammy, who comes in very quickly off the long on boundary to restrict them to just 1 run. And 137 119 overs from a solid start. The Monrepo Pioneers really dismal finish to the innings for the batsmen.
Well, Clivers, they still have 6 balls remaining to see what's possible. And one would think at this point they would be looking for somewhere around 150 to I think that 150 might be a respectable total here tonight. It is a semi-final game. Pressure would be on the Micoud Eagles with a score like that.
And the psychological advantage will be presented as well. If they can get to 150, really presents them this psychological hurdle. And it would mean that they would have gotten some 14 runs off the final over. So momentum would also be with them. Dscg Henry gives the charge to Jonas. Jonas is equal to the task. Dive into his right. And a fantastic stop. Very athletic is Ted Jonas with his unorthodox bowling style. When he gets into his delivery stride, a bit of a hop or a skip, whatever this one is. But Jonas is very effective nonetheless as he moves in. 5 deliveries to go in the innings. Still 136 Dscg Henry. Wild swing, edge found. Leo makes the catch and one more wicket goes. So another one bite the dust for the Monrepo Credit Union, Monrepo Pioneers. Ted Jonas been rewarded for some good bowling outside off stump.
Yes, just what Darren Sammy would have requested of his opening bowler, Jonas. You see that he has this low arm, really slinging the ball to get it to go away from the batter, away from the hitting arc. And Dscg Henry looking to play across the line to access that area over the mid-wicket region, but could only manage to get a faint edge into the hands of Noel Leo.
And Noel Leo made no mistake on that occasion, and really and truly the Monrepo Pioneers have really fallen away in the last 10 overs, having started so well. Good partnership from Shalry and Sabinas Emmanuel Jonas is getting this. Just opening the face is Cody Fontenelle out towards short third man. And coming through for the single, Noel, just Siobhan Leo is patrolling that area, and the single taken 137. So Fontenelle, Cody Fontenelle, he's off the mark, and more importantly, he brings Hazel Shalry into strike. And Hazel Shalry has not blazed the scoring, but he'd want to finish well for the Monrepo Credit Union, Monrepo Pioneers. A couple of boundaries would really help the cause of the Pioneers and push them closer to 150. Jonas moves in to Shalry, who taps away and is looking for a big heave. Fantastic stop from Noel Leo. There was a little bit of zip on this delivery from Ted Jonas. It beat everything, beat the bat, beat the stump, but definitely could not beat Noel Leo diving to his left. A good stop from the young wicketkeeper.
Yes, Jonas extracted some good pace from the surface here and good movement to the left from Leo. And we remember that he is the national and Windward Islands under 19 wicketkeeper. So a lot of work could have been done for him throughout the year.
And Leo showing why he is one of the most seasoned young wicket keepers as Jonas comes into Lesmore in the air, and no mistake there from Sanjay Pamphil. Ted Jonas again, he gets another scalp, and the Monrepo Credit Union, Monrepo Pioneers, they were really not giving credit to themselves and their batting skills here this evening. Ted Jonas has just taken another one, 3 for 30 so far for him. With 1 delivery to go, he can get into the fours club as well.
It's good returns from Ted Jonas, and he has profited from just keeping things simple, keeping the ball outside of the hitting arc of the batters. You know, at this stage, the tail end batters are only looking in one direction, and that is over mid-wicket. And Jonas just lowering his arm, getting that ball outside the line of the off-stump, just getting the ball to pop somewhere within the offside region. Good bowling. He has clearly understood the assignment, and with 1 delivery left, Monrepo Pioneers would be hoping that the incoming batter can at least get the ball over the rope. But remember, this is Jamal Lesmore, and in that previous encounter where he faced some 6 balls in that loss, he didn't even try to access the boundary. I wonder what he's going to bring tonight.
He has just one delivery to go to close off the innings of the Monrepo Credit Union Monrepo Pioneers. Jamal Lesmore to face Ted Jonas, who's looking to join the Forfers Club, and Jonas to Lesmore. Lesmore is driving, and they will be bowled out in 20 overs, 138 all out. In 20 overs, the Monrepo Pioneers having registered a fair start and certainly falling away completely here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in the semi-finals of the KFC SPLT20 for this year. The Monrepo Pioneers completely falling away and just putting 138 on the board, 138 all out in 20 overs. In the first half, Jamal, they started off going at 9s and close to 10s and over, and now finishing off at 6.90 and over. Really a poor finish from the Monrepo Pioneers, but credit to the Avatar Health Care Holdings Micoud Eagles.
Yes, and one of those famous phrases from cricket, the game of life, as I call it, rings true that it's not how you start, but it's how you finish. And Miku would have been under significant pressure from the batters, Sabina Emmanuel and Christian Challery, the usual suspects for the Monrepo team. But with the introduction of Darren Sammy, his leadership, his inspiration, his tactics, he really pegged back the scoring, picking up those 2 important batters and picking up 2 more wickets to claim 4 for himself. Tyler Sukwa bowled an exceptional spell, and Ted Jonas just put the icing on the cake here, restricting the team to only 138. But one thing we do know about the Monrepo team is that they are a team of fighters. They have been in positions like this before, and they would have come out on top. So they would certainly not count themselves out of the equation at all.
Definitely, Monrepo Pioneers would not count themselves out, and one would think that they would be fighting till the end. And of course, the Micoud Eagles, they would be the happy of the 2 teams at the halfway mark, Jamal, and certainly they have reason to be so. But credit to the tactics and just the experience of Darren Sammy, and he showed tonight why he had led 2 World Cup winning sides, and definitely too much for the Monrepo Pioneers this evening.
Yes, Sammy, more known for his medium pace bowling, but tonight turning to that innocuous bit of off spin, just landing the ball in the correct areas here, nice and slow, forcing the batters to do something that they would not have been accustomed to doing all tournament, which is generating all the power from no pace, and profited tonight. And well done to Darren Sammy, but he would know that the job is not done as yet. Miku would have certainly have had some batting woes throughout the tournament where they would have relied on just 1 or 2 batters who have taken them through. In the last encounter, it was Darren Sammy himself with the bat who got them home. So Monrepo will certainly be aware of that and will be looking to target these batters to win this game tonight.
And just going through the scorecard of the Monrepo Pioneers, the Sabina Emmanuel bowled Darren Sammy for 44, and Rohan Lesmore caught bowled Jonas for 4. Christian Challery caught Noel Leo bowled Darren Sammy for 20. Keon Gaston bowled Darren Sammy for 3. Craig Emmanuel LBW Sukwa for 12. Cody Lesmore bowled Sammy for 17. Hazel Challery not out on 8. Shonil Edward ran out on 11. Dikej Henry caught Leo bowled Jonas for 2. Fontinel caught Pamphil bowled Jonas for 1. Jamal Lesmore ran out without scoring. Wickets fell at 29 for 1, 81 for 2, 82 for 3, 93 for 4, 105 for 5, 115 for 6. 133 for 7, 136 for 8, 138 for 9, and 138 all out. Bowling figures: Siobhan Leo 3 overs, no maidens, none for 31. Ted Jonas 4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 30. Sanjay Pamphil 2.5 overs, no maidens, none for 16. Tyler Sukwa 3.1 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10. Kirsten Jules 2 overs, no maidens, none for 16. Darren Sammy 4 overs, no maidens, 4 for 22. And that's Charlie. That's the umpires. We have one bowler. Oh, Charles, Shovin Charles, 1 over, and it was a maiden over from him, Shovin Charles, just being a little bit confused there. But Jamal, we will take a break and we'll be right back with the run chase from the Avatar Healthcare Holding Micoud Eagles. Don't go away. We'll be right back with the chase.
U.S. Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. U.S. Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Do you want access to all local content from one location? 758 Stream In is the one for you. We provide you with 24/7 local TV channels and radio at any location, worldwide. Keep in touch with latest news, sports and weather, via your laptop, smartphone, tablet, smart TV, Fire TV stick, Android box and more. Watch online or download the app. Call 715-5555 to register for 1 free month.
Since 1963, our mandate has been to serve people. You know, farming people, fishing people, teaching people, police people, Choiseul people, Soufre and all their people, no matter where they are. And our people are here, ready to serve with a smile, professionalism and flexibility. If all that makes you think we're your kind of people, then we're ready to help you. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. We make lives better. Join us today. Telephone 459-3100 or 459-3119.
Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
Good evening, ladies and gents, and of course, welcome to the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds. It's all about the Premier Sports Inc.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Do you want access to all local content from one location? 758 Stream In is the one for you. We provide you with 24/7 local TV channels and radio at any location, worldwide. Keep in touch with latest news, sports and weather, via your laptop, smartphone, tablet, smart TV, Fire TV stick, Android box and more. Watch online or download the app. Call 715-5555 to register for one free month.
Since 1963, our mandate has been to serve people. You know, farming people, fishing people, teaching people, police people, Choiseul people, Soufre and all their people, no matter where they are. And our people are here, ready to serve with a smile, professionalism and flexibility. If all that makes you think we're your kind of people, then we're ready to help you. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. We make lives better. Join us today. Telephone 459-3100 or 459-3119.
Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914. Or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
Welcome St. Lucia to the Premier Sports Inc. presents the KFC SPLT20 powered by the National Lotteries Authority. And of course right here tonight we are at the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds, and it's all about semi-finals 1 happening tonight. It's all about the Micoud Eagles versus the Monrepo Pioneers, and of course the game has been so amazing thus far. Of course Micoud Eagles won the toss and of course offered to bowl first. So right about now we have one of our fans in the stands and of course representing
Pioneers, Monrepo all the way. Pioneers, yeah.
And of course he's one of the drummers. As you see, he have his drumsticks, making some of that good local music right here on the ground. So tell us your name.
Jack Coda.
Jack Coda?
Yeah.
Big up yourself. So Jack Coda, tell me how you feeling about the semi-finals.
Well, I feel good. With 139 on the board, it's okay. We're gonna defend this all the way. All the way. Maybe the Eagles will score about 101. About that. That's what it is.
Wow, that's a serious prediction right there. So we'll see exactly what happens. And of course, how have you felt about the SPLT20 happening this year? How does that make you feel?
Okay, the only problem I have with the SPL this year, I'm expecting as a cricket nation where we have former West Indies captain Darren Sammy and Johnson Charles. I'm expecting a little more. The turnout should be a little heavier than this, So I'm a little disappointed just with this. But apart from that, so far so good. Yeah.
And of course, despite the turnout, our athletes are playing to their best. They're pushing it, and of course, they're giving us a real good game, yeah?
Yes, definitely.
So what about the highlights? What has piqued your interest thus far tonight?
Well, honestly, you see the tambour? That's my passion, the drums. When I hear drums, right? And cricket is my game. I love cricket. So I have no choice. I had to come here this night, right?
Well, most certainly we can say that beating the drums, the heartbeat has definitely encouraged the team, made the game a bit more interesting and exciting. So thanks again for talking to us, Jakoda.
Before I'm out of here, I'm going to say to you, just started. You will hear more drums, okay? Right. The drums will be beating and the horns will be blowing. Wonderful. Okay, 101 for Eagles.
All right.
Mon Repos Pioneers, all the way.
All right, wonderful. So we're heading back to the field right now.
Charles into the onside, so they are off. So Micoud Eagles in search of 139. They are off the mark. They need 6.95. And Greg Wilson, what say you about this target, 139? Where is your money? I know it's in your pocket, but in terms of your support and your prospects, your projections for the second innings of the game, how do you see it?
I think, the first half, the Eagles would be the happy of the two teams with that score.
Gaston to Wells. Wells gets a wide delivery that is back of a length and going further away. And umpire Mathres says that's too wide. So one more to the total. Micoud Eagles, they're 2 without loss in the first over.
Yes, Claudius, I think at the start of the game, if they were told Darren Sammy that he would have to chase less than 140 runs in the semifinals, I think you would take that any given day.
Okay, so let's see how they do delivery. That's down the leg side on this occasion, but another wide as Gaston is getting or finding difficulty in landing in good areas. So he has gotten the Eagles off to a decent start in terms of extras. So 3 without loss, 2 wides already. Keon Gaston with a solitary slip, backward point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, the 2 men out, deep extra cover and third man. Gaston moving in, bowls to Wells. Wells short, hits it into the offside. It beats the diving fielder in the edge of the circle, and there's enough time for the batsman to come back for 2 as Shonil Edwards' left-handed return comes into Sabinas Emmanuel. So 2 to the total. It goes to 5, and Wells will come back into strike. Wells was been in good form in one of the preliminary games. He got 99 right here. Gaston moving in, bowls to Wells. Wells is getting a delivery that is into the leg stump, plays it up to the edge of the square. The man at mid-wicket tumbles down as he does the fielding. 17 Cody Fontenelle. Dot ball to off the bat of Wells. So moving Wells. Gaston bowls to Wells. Wells gets a delivery outside the off stump and allows it to go into the gloves of Sabinas Emmanuel. So the Micoud Eagles, as we told you, 100% record. 3 victories. In game number 2, they beat South Castries by 43 runs. Micoud Eagles 182 for 1. Wells 99 from 63. Noel Leo 60 from 50. Delivery that slipped away nicely out over square leg, and it will decelerate, but it has enough on it to go into the boundary for 4. So good stroke by Mervyn Wells, showing the form that brought him almost 100 in game number 2, his first boundary. He goes to 6 and takes the total to 9 without loss, still in the first over.
A good shot there by Mervyn Wells. Keon Gaston on this occasion just straight onto the pads, and Mervyn Wells just whipping this one into the vacant mid-wicket region and getting 4 valuable runs for his team.
Gaston from the southern end moves in. Bowls to Wells. Wells is driving hard into the ground, straight to the wide mid-off fielder to complete the first over. So at the end of it, a productive one for the Mon Repos, for the Micoud Eagles. They've got 9 and they are in search of 139.
Well, at least a good end to the over there by Dion Gastor. Very inconsistent though. You saw some 3-dot deliveries in there, but at the same time, Royals, we saw some 2 wide deliveries outside the off someone when he perhaps looked to overcompensate straight onto the pad. So certainly the opening bowlers, we saw Chet Burners was struggling in his first over, which was the second over of the innings of the Micoud Eagles when they were bowling. So certainly the Eagles would be pleased with the start that they have had so far, and certainly we would want these 2 veterans out there, Mervyn Wells and Chauvin Charles, to put on a good opening stand for them.
As it's going to be Tikesh Henry, who is going to move in for over number 2. Bowls to Charles. Charles is getting a delivery that's played up to mid-on. The return will not come in from the fielder who holds it. A little bit of hesitation from Mervyn Wells, but in the end, the single completed as Charles gets off the mark. So 10 without loss. We were telling you about the path of the Micoud Eagles to the semi-finals. So they won that first game by 43 runs against South Castries Lions. Micoud Eagles 182 for 1, and Castries Lions 140 for 7. In the second game, the Micoud Eagles, they got the better of City Blasters as Henry comes in, bowls to Wells. Wells gets a wide delivery and called wide by umpire Mervyn James. So 1 more to the total, 11 without loss. In Micoud's second game, that was game number 7. Micoud, in reply to City Blasters 171, Micoud Eagles 172 for 8, winning by 2 wickets, with Wells 33, Leo 33, and Sammy getting 40. Darren Sammy. Henry moves in, bowls to Wells. Wells is getting a full delivery onto the off stump and plays it on the bounce back to the bowler. And in the third game, Micoud at the Grosley playing field in a 12-over side game because of rain. Grosley 118, Micoud 119 for 2, winning by 8 wickets. So it's been a perfect record for the Micoud Eagles, Greg. And so they would think that they've got momentum, and they would think that they are favorites to go past Monrepo. Delivery into the leg stump, looking to be clipped away by Wells. It comes off the pad, and the ball being picked up on the edge of the circle. 1 to the total. It's a leg by. 12 without loss. Micoud fancying their chances because of the momentum that they have built from the preliminary rounds.
Yes, Claudius, I think it would safe to say 3 out of 3, the Eagles are flying high.
Well, the Pioneers would want to shoot down the Eagles. Let's see how successful they can be. Left-handed Chauvin Charles will face round the wicket. Henry now bowls to Charles. Charles gets a wide delivery and wafts at it. And the ball going low down to the keeper, Emmanuel. 1 more to the total. 13 loss. Charles moving playing for Micoud Eagles, but these are 2 men who hail from the Poile area. Charles from the Mango area. So quite a bit of movement in terms of players playing for teams delayed outside the off-stump, hit into the ground by the left-handed Charles, and there's no run. So the SPLT20 players from different communities playing and moving across the country, and I guess it's a good thing to see players from different communities playing for other teams.
Yes, certainly. This is what obtains in franchise cricket, and I think it is a good way for players to bond with other players and learn the different style as well.
Henry moves into Charles. Charles is driving over the head of the infield, but straight to the sweeper on the bounce. And he knocks it down. So just a 1 to Chauvin Charles. He goes to 3, or is it 2? Let's say 240 over 2 in progress.
Yes, quite a lengthy over. Still in progress. Some 2 wide deliveries were bowled. So far, so one would hope that he can close the over. This has been one of the problems we saw with the Eagles when they were bowling.
Henry to Wells. Wells gets a delivery that is swinging into him, but it's wide. And good work in the end by the keeper, Emmanuel, diving away to his left. But again, we see swing available here under the night conditions. The ball swinging late, but the control has been a little off. And so Henry not able to get that online, needs to start that a lot outside of off stump so that it can land on the stumps with the movement. As he will try again. Bowls to Wells. Wells to this delivery. He's getting a foolish delivery. Looks to whip it away. He's struck on the pad. Some of the players going up with an appeal. But umpire James is not interested. In fact, he signals leg by to complete the over number 2. At the end of it, it's 16 without loss. The Avatar Micoud Eagles, they're in search of 139 to get into the final of SPLT20 for 2023.
Education record considers the Claudia is very lucky with that last delivery. I found that Moving Wells perhaps looked to hit the ball a little too square of the wicket. Had he had gone perhaps a little straighter, more towards the mid-wicket area, he would have gotten more value for that shot. But having said this, 16 foot without loss after 2 hit and over is still a reasonable start for the Eagles.
Lesmond will continue. Correction, Gaston will continue as he bows now to struck on the pad. Appeal. No, nothing doing from umpire Matre, and Gaston can hardly believe the verdict. He is down on his buttocks on the pitch in disappointment. And my word, Greg Wilson, that looked mighty close.
Yes, close indeed, but umpire Philip Mafre would have been in the best position. I think a faint edge from our vantage point may have been the only thing to save Moving Wells, but it was pretty much a good shout.
Gaston looking for success as he comes in now, bowls to Wells. Wells is driving over the head of the man at mid-off and into the boundary behind him for 4. So a pitched up delivery. Wells with the big shout in the previous over, the previous delivery saying, I'm going to go for this one because it's available. And he got good wood on it so that he was able to hit it over the head of the man jumping at mid-off and into the boundary behind him for 4. So he goes to 10-20 without loss in the third over.
Yeah, good execution there by Wells. Half volley and chose the aerial route and got 4 relatively easy runs.
Gaston will continue, so no field change. Third man and deep extra cover out. Delivery that is into the back. Nicely turned away out towards the backward square leg position. It's been pursued successfully by the fielder, Rohan Lesmond, from inside the circle. And they will come back for 2. But there was quite a bit of flurry on that stroke as well dismissed it. To 12.
Yes, good shot there by Wells. A bit of flair involved in there. Just whipping this one off the pad.
Gaston will move in once again, bowls to Wells. Wells is letting it go. It's outside the off stump, much fuller length delivery. And he doesn't play. A little surprising to me, Greg, because when that passed him, it was almost full toss. And you thought he might have wanted to get some back on that. But he chose to allow it to go into the gloves of the keeper. So the score remaining on 22 without loss. This is over number 3. Gaston moving in, bowls to Wells. Wells is driving nicely out towards a good diving work by the man at mid-on, but will concede the second run as the ricochet from the dive ended all the way up to mid-off, who had moved and so was not able to mop it up, allowing the batsman to come back for 2. So couple that takes Wells to 14-24 without loss.
Yes, I think it was the Hazel Shalry who put in that dive, but it was good work. One would safely say Claudius, he saved 2 runs for the team. So we're seeing a good bit of intensity out in the field by the Monrepo Pioneers, having realized they perhaps did not get to the total that they would have wanted.
Field change, mid-off goes to long off, and sweeper comes inside the circle. Gaston moving in, bowls to Wells. Wells is driving out to the man at long off, who comes to his left and gets a good return back into Gaston. 1 to complete over number 3 at the end of it. 25 without loss. 2 to Shervin Charles and 15 to Mervyn Wells.
So certainly good going there by the Eagles. Although Claudius at the very same stage after 3. One would safely say it was even Steven. The Micoud Pioneers, they were 25 without loss, and the Monrepo, the Micoud Eagles, in fact, they're 25 without loss. Monrepo Pioneers, they were 25 without loss after 3.
Wow, confirming our assessment that it's sort of even Stevens and in the balance. So I think we are setting up for a close game. We did say about 150 would be what would make it interesting. Monrepo Pioneers didn't quite get to that. They got to 138 all out of the last ball. Lesmore being run out. So 138. Requirement 139. Dscg Henry continuing. First over not for 5. As he comes in now, bowls to Wells. Wells is struck on the pad as he's coming across his stumps. But Henry, as we've been telling you, is getting the ball to come into the right-hander. And so angling down the leg side. So the total remaining 25 without loss. So in the Pioneers, the Monrepo Pioneers innings of 138, 44 to Sabinus Emmanuel, 20 to Christian Shalry, 17 to Lesmore Cody, and those were the chief contributors. Delivery that is swinging into the right-hander. It's on a different line. It's just outside the off stump and swinging in and presenting difficulty for Mervyn Wells as he looks to lay bat on ball, hitting the inner portion of the bat, and a dot ball recorded. So 138 Monrepo Pioneers, and in bowling, Ted Jonas 4 overs no maidens 3 for 30. Sukwa 1 for 10, had to go off because of cramps. Henry bowls to Wells. Wells is struck on the pad and given. Delivery that was angling in and going for a big drive there was Wells. Struck on the pad, and the bowler Henry was so confident he kept running towards the slip cordon and just turning back to the umpire to confirm the index finger raise. So first blood for the Monrepo Pioneers as Wells goes LBW off the bowling of Dscg Henry for 15 in the 4th over. Micoud Eagles 5 for 1.
Yes, good bowling there by Dscg Henry. The previous delivery, we saw a sort of thickish inside edge that went onto the pad, but on this occasion the ball completely missed the bat, and we was adjudged LBW by umpire Mervyn James. Again, Claudius, if we are to look at the two teams, we see again similar comparison. The Monrepo Pioneers, they lost the first wicket in the 4th over at the score of 29, but it's 25, but again the first wicket fell in the 4th over. So similar patterns really.
Okay, well, I think the Monrepo Eagles, the Micoud Eagles would need somebody to push things along like Sabinus Emmanuel did. I think it was at around this stage he began to hit a number of boundaries. He eventually got to 44. So I was giving you an indication of the bowling figures. So for Micoud Eagles, 3 for 30 Jonas, 1 for 10 Sukwa, but to pick up the bowlers was Darren Sammy, serving some lollipops that were quite successful. 4 overs, no maidens for 22, and they just couldn't get away. The off spin of Darren Sammy was slow through the air, generous flight, and he's produced some webs.
Or they got drowned in the honey, which?
Yeah. I think this is a better characterization. Drowned in the honey. That is struck on the pad, and it is not being responded to by the umpire, as Henry is this time around the wicket to the left-hander who was coming, number 3. That's Noelio, the keeper, and no response from the umpire. So it remains 25 for 1.
Yes, you did indicate that.
Problems for a case, not a case of not being able to control swing. It's just maybe not getting the basics right into balanced approach. That high up on the bat and to the short mid-wicket position where the catch was taken. So finally, some joy for Shonil Edward, picking up the wicket of Chauvin Charles at mid-wicket off his bowling. And in the Micoud, the second wicket, Chauvin Charles dismissed.
Yes, Chauvin Charles may consider himself to be very unlucky, having faced 4 consecutive wides and then to get a short delivery where there was acres of empty real estate, one would say, and ball hitting high up on the bat and just presenting a gentle catch to the fielder coming at the short mid-wicket region there. So the Monroe Pioneers, certainly they would be pleased to see the back of Chauvin Charles, because we know he can be a destructive batsman if he stays there for too long.
Indeed. So number 88 is the new man striding out. I think we are very familiar with that number. Darren Julius Sammy comes out.
But Claudius, incidentally, there were 2 number 88 on the field. I don't know whether you noticed Lansam was carrying number 88 as well.
Well, from the stride and the looks of it out there, I think that's the original 88.
No doubt about that.
Darren Sammy, he played quite a significant role with the ball, with his 4 for 20 off of his 4 for 22 of his 4 overs, and he is coming at number 4. In fact, we saw him get 40
the Blasters
in some 21 balls in the previous game.
I think that was against the City Blasters.
Yes.
That's the game that went down to the wire.
And so we are in for some interest, some excitement as that comes in. Will be called wide, yes, as umpire Maff stretches the arm. So 1 more to the total. This is the 12th delivery that he has sent down, but only 4 of them have been legal.
Yeah, so certainly this is going to turn out to be the longest over of the tournament.
Edward comes in, balls to Sammy. Sammy gets a wide delivery, which will be called wide again. Sabinus Emmanuel diving full length to his right to take it and prevent any more extras, but this is another extra. It's a wide. The umpteenth of the over, and real problems there for Chanel Edward.
No, but Sabinus Emmanuel, one could clearly say this over may have very well saved the Pioneers some people.
The offside on the onside. Edward moving in, balls to Sammy. Sammy is playing at it outside the off stump. Edwards is going up, and the ball being taken by the keeper. No damage done. Sammy a little quick, I find, to come off of his crease to go and do some gardening down the track, but I guess ball taken by keeper, so really dead, not looking to take a run. Total remaining 43 for 2. This is an elongated fifth over. It's about to come to an end now, I think. One legal delivery left. I think we have had, 13, possibly 14 sent down. Edward moving in, goes to Sammy. Sammy gets another wide diving at it. Is Sabinus Emmanuel this time to his left down the leg side. He gets a glove onto it. And they will come back for 2 as a very wayward return comes from Rohan Lesmore. So, in fact, that's been called a no ball now. No ball. It was very wide. It could well have been called wide. But before it was wide, I guess it was a no ball. Free hit now. 3 to the total. 43 for 2. And this is an unforgettable over from Edward.
Very much so. And one would hope that he could come out of this one without considering a boundary there. That's really going to add insult to injury there, Claudius, if this ball is been dispatched over the line for 6.
Wow. Sabinus Emmanuel has taken off the gloves. He has been having to throw himself to his left and his right.
It's been a very painful over. Yes, you could see it has been done in the process.
Yes, I reckon he has done work in this over that he would normally do maybe over 5 or 10 overs. As Edward comes in, bowls to him, pulls 6. It was short and Sammy was onto it in a flat and lofted it over the square leg region, well over the fence into the grounds area. And the over is ended maximum by Sammy. Brings up the 50 for the Micoud Eagles. 52 for 2 at the end of one of the longest overs that you would ever see. Some 15 deliveries. Well. Please reflect on that, Mr. Greg Wilson.
Yes,
as Clivus will come in after you.
Yes, certainly an over that young Shonil Edward there for the Micoud Eagles, getting some 22 runs of the over, as Claudius did indicate an elongated over, Clivus, the longest we have seen so far in the competition.
Over from Shonil Edward. It's not the first time I've seen the young man throw down some wide, but I think this would have been the worst that I would have seen from him. Really could not get his act together in this over. Despite taking the wicket of Shervin Charles, he really gave up way too many runs to get this done, and the required rate has gone down to 5.80. And certainly the Monipo Credit Union, Monipo Pioneers would not be happy about that. Craig Emmanuel, he takes the ball and is bowling to Leo, and Leo just rides the bounce of this one. Sharp bounce coming from Craig Emmanuel, a top man as well. And Noel Leo equal to the task, just riding the bounce and guiding this one down towards the backward point region. And he comes through for a single. No pressure now, no need to go for any big hitting, big boundaries. The Avatar Healthcare Holdings Micoud Eagles just consolidate, take the 1s and 2s, and they should be sitting pretty, Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly this last over there by Chanel has really eased up quite a bit of pressure on the Eagles, and more so with the left and right hand combination. Darren Sammy could be the one doing most of the hitting, because he would be hitting into the Johnson Charleston and he'd be hitting with the wind.
Certainly, and he's very capable. We've seen it. Darren Sammy in the previous encounter getting a 40, really saving the day for the Eagles and getting credited for man of the match. And this time it's high in the air, and again we're seeing that the field placing really questionable on the part of the captain of the Monipo Pioneers. He has the super undercover boundary, whereas really and truly, as you called it, Greg, he would have done well to have deep mid wicket or even deep square leg with the bounce that Craig would be extracting. And now we're seeing the adjustment being made. The cover fielder has been brought into the circle and pushing back mid wicket, is it? They're asking him to come back in. So
The backward square.
Deep backwards, it's still so many people giving directions out there, Greg Wilson, that it's difficult to tell now. So they're moving the backward square, they're a little bit squarish, more around square leg really, and they've brought in the sweeper on the cover boundary into the 30-yard circle. So they have third man and deep square leg in operation as Craig Emmanuel moves in to bowl to Darren Sammy. And this time just guiding this one past the wicketkeeper. It will beat third man into the boundary. Clever batting from Darren Sammy, and he's continuing exactly where he left off in the game against the Central Castries City Blasters.
Yeah, clearly an educated edge on this occasion. You could have seen him really looking to run this one down to the Footman region, and the man sort of wide of Footman really did not have a chance. So Darren Sammy really is toying with the field.
Darren Sammy has been playing man games all night, and he continues to do so. And he saw that the mid-wicket fielder was not in operation. He went over the top, got away with it, he got the boundary, and now the third man fielder is very wide as well. Darren Sammy running this one very fine past Sabines Emmanuel into the boundary. Craig Emmanuel comes in again as Sammy is punching this one off the back foot into the cover region. Cover point fielder does the fielding, and there's no run. So dot delivery, so sort of a comeback delivery from Craig Emmanuel.
But then again, some 9 runs of the first 3 deliveries, there's no need to take any undue risk by Sammy and Noel Leo.
And he's moved on to 14 from 5, Darren Sammy. So he's played a major hand tonight and making himself a really strong candidate for man of the match. And this one is played into the onside, comes through for the single, and he gets there comfortably as well, Darren Sammy. So a good, intelligent cricket from an intelligent man.
Well, all his experience certainly has been brought to bear this evening with the ball. We saw him just really floating it out there, taking all the pace off, and really asking the batters to, to get over the ropes if you can. And in the process, he was able to pick up some 4 scalps. And his short stint at the wicket so far, some 15 of just 6 deliveries.
Emmanuel this time will bowling to Leo, and Leo again just hanging the bat outside, a short lifting delivery outside of stump. Leo looking to play the uppercut on this occasion, not making any contact, and that ball going through to Emmanuel, Sabines Emmanuel. And the over comes to a close, 62 for 2. We've had 6 overs bowled, and the Avatar Healthcare Micoud Eagles really sitting pretty, and the Eagles are flying home. Well, sorry, home. You're looking easy at this time. I'm Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly they are flying high, and with the captain out in the middle, like it indicates a little early on, he has done the job with the ball, picking up some 4 wickets, and certainly with the bat, he has looked very comfortable out there. So they continue to control the game. We saw that happen, especially in the last 10 overs of the Pioneers innings, and so far they've been doing well. The power play has yielded some 62 runs. The Monaco Pioneers, after 6, they were 55 for 1. So the Eagles, they have lost 1 wicket more, but they have scored 7 runs more than what the Pioneers would have scored at this very same stage.
And Greg Wilson, the Monaco Pioneers, they actually started off really nicely, creating some pressure. The boundaries were not flowing, but that over from Sean Neal really just took away any little semblance of momentum that would have been left with the Pioneers team, and just threw it over. So it's basically you just throw the momentum over to the opponent, and the Eagles have gleefully accepted with Darren Sammy. Now Hazel Chalry is a bowling change from the Players Pavilion end, and starts off with a wide, played in the air, out towards the fielder, and he takes it on the second attempt. This one was short, wide, and really Darren Sammy could have hit it anywhere, but he picked out the fielder. On this occasion, they got the field placement right, and Deep Point taking a catch on the second attempt, albeit, but a very big scalp for Hazel Chalry to claim on his very first delivery.
Yes, well, you could say Darren Sammy got a dose of his own medicine. In his very first delivery, one would have said almost a nothing delivery. He got Christian Shalry. And this one was a rank long outside the awesome, and he actually picked the fielder out in the extra point cover boundary, and certainly he would be disappointed with the way he got out.
I'm beginning to think, Greg Wilson, it's the influence of the coach in him that came to bear there. He would have on more than one occasion been hitting cutting to his fielders out in the boundary, and probably there was just a lapse here, and he
catching practice, you say?
Definitely catching practice, and certainly on this occasion the fielder taking it on the second attempt, second grab, and really dismissing Darren Sammy. So we would have expressed, Greg Wilson, that the middle to lower order of that Micoud Eagles team have not been exposed. Is today the day that they will be exposed, and can they withstand the pressure? We've seen the bulk of their scoring coming from, in this competition, Darren Sammy, Mervyn Wells, and Shervin Charles, and to a lesser extent Noel Leo as well. And now we are seeing somebody else having to take up the mantle and to do the scoring.
Well, when you look at the two teams, the composite of the two teams is almost identical, you know.
Definitely so. And Darren Sammy made a huge difference with the ball. Hazel Charlie has claimed a scalp, and a big scalp of Sammy. First delivery, and it's Jules who has come in to replace Darren Sammy, and Hazel Charlie following up with an excellent delivery and following up the first delivery. So good start from Hazel Charlie, beginning to wrestle a bit of momentum from the Eagles. Kirsten Jules is sweeping, and he will get the run to the short fine leg fielder in Rohan Lesmore. The return comes in, but not before Leo, who is holding on to his thigh. I've seen him hold on to it on a few occasions. Noel Leo, is there a worry for the Avatar Healthcare Holdings Micoud Eagles with Noel Leo unable to run as he can? You see him holding on to his thigh. Is that concern, Greg?
Yes, certainly it should be a cause of concern to the Eagles. As you did indicate, I did notice early on quite a few occasions when he went for a few sharp singles. At the end of the run, you would see him hold on to the side. So one would hope that is nothing too serious that would hinder his batting out in the middle.
And Kirsten Jules has gotten off the mark now, and the run rate being pulled back by this excellent free delivery so far from Shalry, and he comes around the wicket to the left-handed Leo. Leo is going for the big heave, not making any contact, and Shalry is really taking a page from the book of Darren Sammy. He's taking off a lot of pace of the ball, not to the extent that Darren Sammy had done it, but certainly he's bowling it very slowly through the air and landing it in good areas as well. They have a deep wicket in operation. Leo is just getting the ball coming off the thick inner portion of the bat out towards fine leg. They come for one. There's a bit of ball watching here, but the return comes into the wrong end, and they complete 2 runs. And again, we see Noel Leo off a screen now, but holding on to that muscle. So there is a bit of discomfort for him, especially when he pushes it for the sharp singles and the twos. Hazel Shalry in the middle of a really good over. He comes in to complete this over. His final delivery to Noel Leo, who's cutting and cutting well. Is Noel Leo half stop there, and comes through for another 2, and that will be completed rather easily. And the over comes to an end after some 7 overs. Greg Wilson, 67 for 3 in looking for 139 for victory. Where do you see the balance of power lying at the moment, Greg Wilson?
Well, I think the Pioneers are slowly wrestling the balance of power, as you say, from the Eagles, because the brief stint you had Captain Sammy out in the middle, he really tilted the balance in their favor. But as you did indicate, Leo was holding on to the muscle, and it looks like he's clinging onto the hamstring.
It looks so. I saw him holding on to that fire. Now a little bit more definitive. He's down on the ground. It had been worrying for the Avatar Healthcare Holdings, Micoud, and now Leo, who they would be relying on very heavily. He's been out there for some time, and they would hope that he can stay out for a little longer. But it looks like it's definitely a lot of discomfort. He seemed to be limping. Clearly, when he tried to move on that leg, but I do believe that he's going to be staying out there.
Yeah, it
appears that he's Noel Leo, and he stays out there. But how good a decision is that, Greg Wilson, to stay out there in a game where you need to be able to push the ones and twos?
But sometimes it might be very difficult if he goes out to be able to come back in. So now that he's out there and he's warm, his role might just be to
pinch hit,
to turn into a pinch hitter out in the middle, and we know he's capable of doing that.
Definitely so. A wounded soldier is usually considered a very dangerous soldier, and Noel Leo looks a bit wounded at this time. He's been holding onto the hamstring. He's at the non-striker's end, and it's Jamal Lesmore, who will continue left arm around the wicket, and his first ball is loud appeal, and clearly this one would be missing leg. As Sabinas Emmanuel, the keeper, would give you a good indication of the direction that this delivery was done in, but another dot delivery, pressure being mounted here on Kirsten Jules, and Jamal Lesmore, left arm round the wicket, always very, very, very accurate, Jamal Lesmore, and he is very economical as well. And the Pioneers are now beginning to put some pressure on the batting lineup of the Eagles. And this time, he seemed to have, there's an appeal going up, and definitely the umpire James is not interested, but it looked a confident appeal as well.
But apparently there was a bit of bat, because the ball clearly struck the pad, and now we see the leg by. So I thought for a moment that it may have come off the bat, but it looked like he was struck outside the off stump.
Kirsten Jules leaving dangerously on this occasion, and the right-hander now goes off strike with that leg by. The score moves on to 68 for 3, and hurt Noel Leo, who's been struggling. We saw him struggle again, really limped through that run, that single with Kirsten Jules. He comes into strike, and some adjustments being made to the field. You have a cover, extra cover, a short extra cover, point, long off as Lesmore comes left arm over the wicket to Leo, and Leo is cutting out towards the deep cover and comes through for an easy single. No pressure on his leg on this occasion. Greg Wilson just hitting it to deep point and coming through for the single. Deep cover really, and coming for the single.
Well, on this occasion, he did not have to go for any sharp single, and from what we have observed, is when he goes through for the sharp single, he really tends to feel the pain.
Yes, so this one was really a walk. Lesmore left arm around the wicket to Jules, into the pads of Jules, and Jules is clipping this one out towards mid-wicket. They come through for one. Dickesh Henry is onto it very quickly. They thought of the second, but Dickesh Henry was moving like grease lightning in the field and restricted any thought, let alone the completion of a second run. So one more to the total. 70 comes up, 70 for 3. We're into over number 8, 7.5 being bowled. Jamal Lesmore very, very tight in this over so far. It comes in, left arm over the wicket to Leo, and fires this one in. Leo plays this one into the onside. Lesmore skips across, does the fielding. 3 runs really coming off this over, and 70 for 3 after some 8 overs. How does it look in terms of the comparison, Greg Wilson?
Well, the Pioneers, there was 72 for 1. So the Eagles, they are 2 runs adrift, but they have lost 2 more wickets as well. So one would say at this stage, well, advantage would be the Pioneers.
Certainly, a slight advantage. Really, it's not any big advantage, but what is critical here, they've lost key wickets, and that of the three main scorers in the openers, Moving Wells and Shervin Charles, as well as Darren Sammy, the captain, who played a nice little cameo for the 6 or 7 balls that he stayed there but could not go on. And they really need Noel Leo, who seemed to be hurt, as well as Kirsten Jules, to come to the party. And Kirsten Jules looking for the slug sweep and not making any contact. Another dot delivery, so more pressure mounting. Hazel Chadri, he's into his second over, 1 for 5 so far. We have mid-wicket, the cow corner in operation. We also have deep scoring at Kirsten Jones is beaten, and Sabinas Emmanuel whipped up the belt in a flash, did he? And is asking the question, but the umpire Moving James is not interested. He might have overbalanced there, Sabinas Emmanuel thought, but umpire James was not convinced, and he's the man who really should be convinced if anything has to go down our way. But 2 dot deliveries so far from Hazel Chaldry. Moves in over the wicket to Jules. Jules is looking to turn this one into the onside. Cannot get it away off the square. And it's another dot. So pressure on Kirsten Jules. Is Kirsten Jules the right choice of batter to come in at that time? Greg Wilson, as Chaldry comes in to Jules again, and Jules is playing defensively. And another dot delivery, so more pressure being mounted. The asking rate is going up. The present run rate, it was hovering over 10 and over, is now down to just over 8. Kirsten Jules, sky this one. Fielders converge. Will it land safely? And there's a valiant attempt, and he takes it. Fantastic catch. What a catch from the young man. It looks like it's Keon Gaston, who is an excellent fielder as well. Excellent player. Good catch taken, Greg Wilson.
Really excellent effort there from Keon Gaston, really running off the long boundary and just getting this catch close to the edge of the 30-yard circle. So for a moment, we thought that he had not taken the catch. When we saw he tossed the ball in the air, we were convinced that he had held on to it.
It's definitely a fantastic catch. What made this catch even more special, he had a lot of ground to cover. It's really quick across the ground there, and he put in the dive at the last moment. One would have thought that when he landed, usually it happens that the elbow, once the elbow lands, the ball just pops out. Technically was sound, and he held on to it. An excellent catch. And Hazel Chaldry, a very good over in the making. You saw the pressure being applied on Kirsten, and he went for the big heave, Kirsten Jules, and succumbing, just holding out to Keon Gaston. Very fantastic catch. But the dismissal of Jules brings Merlin Sammy to the crease. And we are talking about it here, Greg Wilson. The middle order of the Eagles are being exposed now, and so far they have not held up nicely for the Eagles.
Well, certainly they have not, but the dismissal of Kirsten Jules may very well be a blessing in disguise, because Kirsten Jules faced, I think, some 11 or 12 balls just for 2 runs. So certainly he was soaking up too many dot balls.
Definitely could be looked at as a blessing in disguise. And Merlin Sammy, we know of his hitting prowess, Merlin Sammy, as Hazel Chaldry in the middle of a really good over, putting some more pressure again, and it's a wicket maiden. The completion of a very good over from Hazel Chaldry, a wicket maiden for Hazel Chaldry, 70 for 4 after 9 overs. The Monrepo Credit Union, Monrepo Pioneers, they are really clawing their way back into this one. Some Pioneer has lined up their rifle and are beginning to look to shoot down an eagle.
Well, I think they are taking the wings very slowly, and it looked like the Eagles dropping very slowly there to the ground. Clivers, but yes, good over there ball by Hazel Chaldry, continuing to keep some serious pressure on the Eagles. Some 5 overs, and he has picked up some 2 overs, sorry, and he has picked up 2 wickets for just 5 runs.
Definitely an excellent spell, copying, mimicking what the skipper of the Micoud Eagles has done. And Lesmore left arm over the wicket to continue, and it brings Leo forward. Leo is driving into the covers. Craig Emmanuel does the fielding. They come through for a 1 run. And again, the pretty smart cricket on the part of the Monrepo Credit Union Monrepo Pioneers, just bringing the freshman into strike, putting some pressure on him. Leo is hurt, so they're keeping him out there because he has to run, and lots of pressure being placed even on his injury. And now Lesmore to bowl to the new batter, Merlan Sammy, and we have the field well spread for Sammy, and we know he's going to be looking to do one thing and hit it this time. He comes off the thick inner portion of the bat out towards Quelleg, and he gets the single. One more to the total, 72 for 4. Sammy is off the mark now, and Leo is there. He's been there a while. He's on 9 from 11. Lesmore will stay over the wicket for the left-handed Leo. So the left spinner to the left-hand batsman, and you have extra cover, you have cover, and there's also short backward point, flighted delivery outside of stump, and looking to cut but can't make contact. Again, we're seeing Greg Wilson. Pace off is the way to go. Are we seeing a change of character of the Darren Sammy wickets, Greg Wilson, as Lesmore comes in? And this time it's in the air, should be taken, and it's taken rather easily, succumbing to the pressure. Sonny Edward takes a very easy catch. Noah Leo giving the charge to Lesmore, and he's succumbing again. Middle order exposed, and they can't stand the pressure. Greg Wilson, let's hear from you.
Yes, certainly we know that Noah Leo was batting uncharacteristic of him, where he really had to just stay in front. We know Noah Leo is an attacking player, and I was just saying to myself, how long does he stay out there and continue batting in that manner? More so, he is injured. So I think the best thing for him would have been to go on the attack, but again, looking to go across the line of the ball, and the ball getting a thicker outside edge and presenting a relatively easy catch to Shonell Edwards.
Very easy catch, and now we definitely believe, and the fans as well, the fans gathered here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground believe that the Eagles' wings have been clipped here, and you can feel it as Lance Sammy is going to match out to join Merlan Sammy, but the umpires have opted for the strategic break, and Water is out there strategizing, looking to see how they could keep the pressure. Darren Sammy is also coming out to engage the two other Sammys who will be at the wicket.
Yes, so very interesting stage of the game. The Pioneers, they had lost some 3 wickets after 10, and in the 10th over, you're looking at the Eagles, they have lost some 5 wickets. So certainly, as you have said, the middle to lower order has been exposed, and just like the Pioneers where they struggle in the middle to lower orders, certainly I'm expecting the same would happen with the Eagles, especially if the spinners continue to take the pace off the delivery.
They are posing a lot of problems, and if you look at the characteristic of the spinners of the Monrepo Credit Union Monrepo Pioneers, they have more seasoned, more experienced spinners. Darren Sammy, we really thought he was just bowling what we describe as optimistic spin, but Jamal Lesmore, he's been fantastic for years now. Hazel Shalry, we know of his own prowess, his own skill set as well, and definitely these two spinners have turned the game on its head for the Monrepo Pioneers.
Yes, certainly 8 overs from them will be very crucial for the Pioneers if they are really to pull off a victory, because we saw with pace off when Darren Sammy was bowling how effective he was, and certainly from what we have seen of the Eagles in previous matches, the middle to lower order really struggled.
And we discussed it at the previous game, the last game of the group stages, where the Eagles, they had a golden opportunity to expose their middle order, their lower order, because they had already qualified for the semi-finals by virtue of the fact that they had played so well. But they insisted they kept the same lineup, they kept everything intact, and they won the game pretty convincingly with Shervin Charles getting a half century. But certainly they would have done well to expose these guys who have not gotten a hit in the tournament really to see, just to give them a little bit of game match practice as well.
So very interesting stage of the game, and if the Eagles are to pull this one off, I think a lot would depend on this pair out in the middle.
Definitely a lot would rely on Merlan Sammy and Lance Sammy, particularly Merlan Sammy with his power hitting. But this situation, Greg Wilson, calls for a bit of consolidation on the part of the two. Do they have the skill set? Lesmore around the wicket to Lance Sammy. Flighted delivery, very slow through the air. And Sammy, Lance defends down the track for Lesmore to field again, full and flighted, very, very slow left arm round the wicket, and this time is flatter and pull out towards it mid wicket. 1-2 bounces and the fielders converge. It is Craig Emmanuel who picks it up on this occasion. 1 to Lance Sammy and 1 more to the total. The over comes to an end. 73 for 5 after 10 overs. 73 for 5 with Jamal Lesmore again just copying from the overs of Hazel Shalry. 2 overs, 1 for 5 from Jamal Lesmore. So at the halfway mark, really the 73 for 5, they are behind in terms of wickets in the wicket column as well as in the runs column. Greg Wilson, we will hear more from you, and then it will be Claudius Emmanuel to take us through 15 if we get there.
Yeah, certainly the Eagles, they are certainly behind the 8 ball, and they are struggling. Half of the batters are back in the hut, so a lot would be required of these two, but Hazel shall be really in the midst of a good spell, Claudius Emmanuel.
Yes, thank you, Greg. First of all, from Hazel Shalry to start the 11th. He's played on the onside by Sammy, and there's no run. So Lance Sammy in strike, delivery that's down the leg side, leading edge and cotton ball. So the end of Lance Sammy looking to walk a ball that was angled into him on the onside. Leading edge and lollipopping back to the bowler, who accepts gleefully. So a wicket, another one for Hazel Shalry and the Monrepo Pioneers. Lance Sammy going cotton bowl, Hazel Shalry for 1. And in the 11th over, the Micoud Eagles 6 for 73.
This one here, unbelievable to my mind, Claudius. Ball that should have been deposited way over the backward square somehow found its way in the hand of the bowler Hazel Shalry. But Hazel Shalry here, identical figures to what we saw from Darren Sammy. He has picked up 3 for 5 thus far in just 2.2 overs. So the spinners from the pavilion end tonight, the off spinners, are doing the business for their teams, having significant impact, significant say on the game.
Wow, and how this game has changed quickly. When I was last on, the Monrepo side was under pressure. The Micoud Eagles were going great guns, with particularly after that over from that solitary over from Shonil Edward, from which some 20 was taken. Then Darren Sammy came with a flurry of bunches. But since his dismissal, holding out on the offside boundary at deep point, it's been a procession for the Micoud Eagles. First delivery, Sukwa is getting a delivery that he's hacking on towards the onside. The deep mid-wicket fielder comes off the boundary, picks it up on the edge of the circle. So Sukwa is off the mark, 74 for 6. So since Darren Sammy went at 62 for 3, We have had 4 for 70, 5 for 72, 6 for 73, 74 for 6 as Shalry bowls to Sammy. Merlan pushes it over the head of the non-striker in Sukwa and will get a single as the total goes to 75 for 6. So the required rate has gone up since Sammy left. It's now 6.86. Delivery that Sukwa is really swinging with all his might, trying to get some bat on that. Doesn't contact Imalati behind the thumbs. Sukwa, well, looking to do it back to James. Maybe not exactly what is required. It's not an impossible task. It's still a balance. And although in recent times the ascendancy has been with the Monipo Pioneers, Shalry moving in, balls to Sukwa, flighted delivery. Sukwa is again favoring the onside. It's along the ground and it brings the fielder Emmanuel off of the deep mid-wicket boundary to field one more as the over is completed. Another successful over by Hazel Shalry, the 11th of the innings. It is 76 for 6. The Micoud Eagles, they need 63 from 54 balls.
Exceptional bowling from Hazel Shalry. Off spinner generally known for the accuracy, and Hazel Shalry landing that ball on a coin and returned of 3 wickets for 8 runs in his 3 overs. But Tyler Sukwa has made it clear that he is only going to play in one way. You say that it's not an impossible task, but at just 7 for the over, just some calm and cool-headed batting is all that's required. But for some strange reason, some panic has set into the camp of the Micoud Eagles.
As Lesmore continues, balls to Sukwa. Sukwa again is spreading the left leg and looking to hoist that somewhere in our direction. He doesn't make contact. And the work being done by Emmanuel. Sukwa here, maybe not the right approach as delivery that he's lofting it out towards the onside. Possibility of a catch. Emmanuel takes it. It goes through him. Well, I thought he had that. It was a delivery that was lofted by Sukwa. It has gone for 4. Emmanuel at the wide long on position moved to his left and seemed to have had it just about chest height, two-handed. And then he, with the momentum, he went to ground. I thought was to celebrate the catch. But the ball going through him and over the boundary for 6. Into the boundary for 4. 80 for 6 as Sukwa gets alive. Delivery that is edged past the keeper and down to third man. A long run and being pulled away from the boundary. So just the 1 in the end as a high return over the head of the keeper is sent. So Sukwa living a charmed life goes to 7 and the total 81 for 6. Sukwa is going to do it in 1. Sammy in strike. Delivery that's outside the off stump, hit into the offside straight to Christian Shalry on the edge of the circle. And there's no run. 58 left. Delivery that is looking to sweep wide cord as Sammy was not making contact with that down the leg side. Seemed to have come off of his body or something. Umpire staying wide. 1 more to the total. 82 for 6. Lesmore comes in short. Sammy hits it hard into the ground. Out towards long off, who comes off the boundary. 1 run taken as the lob return comes on the bounce to Lesmore. If the single goes to 83 for 6. 56 needed. 49 balls left. Lesmore will bowl to the right and Sukwa to this delivery. Flighted deliveries forward with a lot of flourish. Almost striking Emmanuel behind the stumps, but the over is completed. 12 gone. 48 balls left. 56 needed by the Micoud Eagles.
It's good bowling by the finger spinners from the Monaco Pioneers team. Lesmore would count himself unlucky not to have had the wicket of Tyler Sukwa in his back pocket, who, as you mentioned, is living a charmed life at the moment. I think we can put that down to the law of averages. He just kept swinging and swinging and swinging, and eventually he found one somewhere near the middle of the bat and was able to find the boundary. Just a more calm approach by the Micoud Eagles team. But for some reason, this search for boundaries, the boundary run is actually bringing up the rate of the amount of dot balls that have been the result.
Yeah, in the delivery, Sukwa presented an elaborate defensive stroke, so maybe a change of approach from him, requiring recognizing that perhaps he can do it in a more conservative way, as we have a new over. We're off the back foot, played into the offside. Christian on the edge of the circle, but that's not Shallery.
Looks to be Cody Lesmore in this
doing the fielding. So there's no run. The total remaining 86 for 3. As delivery that is driven along the ground by Sammy out towards the man at long off, who makes a bit of a meal of it, but is able to recover. As one more taken, so Cody Fontenelle has come into the attack, and he's bowling over number 13. 55 needed from 46 deliveries. That's the requirement. 7.17. Sukwa in strike is 7 from as many deliveries. He goes down, and Fontenelle will move in as delivery that is looking to drive with a lot of energy, but it's typical Tyler Sukwa. There are no half measures from him, and a big backlift, big swing of the bat, dot ball. Sabinas just pushing the man inside the circle to his left, that third man in the circle. Fontenelle comes in, Sukwa forward and plays quietly, to applause from the Repos supporters to our right. I think every dot ball, they think it's going in the direction of Repos. Fontenelle, the leg spinner, moving in. Sukwa to this delivery. Flighted delivery is tugging it, and we'll get the single eventually as it goes to strategic wicket. Sammy responding, so one more. 85 for 6. This is over number 13. So this is turning out to be a close thing. Long off, long on, deep extra cover, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, delivery that's flighted, lofted out towards and gone a long way over, long on for 6, crashing into the small scoreboard on the side of the players. A big shot from Merlin Sammy. It was pitched up and he got under it nicely, lofted it over long on for 6, taking the total to 91 for 6. A very timely blow for the Micoud Eagles as 7 overs are left.
Merlin Sammy unfurling the big shot here. We would have mentioned about the accuracy of the off spinners Lesmore and Hazel Shallery, but the captain Shallery bringing on his leg spinner, hoping to do the damage, but we know that leg spinners sometimes take some time to get into their work, and Cody Lesmore over pitching on this occasion, and Merlin Sammy just had to plant the front foot down the wicket and show us his power. 6 runs here to Merlin Sammy, caught in some easy detention in his camp.
48 from 42. Sukwa is pulling out towards mid wicket. Emmanuel again not able to hold on. 6 runs, as he virtually parried it over the boundary for 6. All of a sudden, the Micoud Eagles, they have gone bang bang, taking the total now to 97 for 6. 42 required from 41. 4 wickets in hand.
A very tight game here, it's looking like. And Claudia, sometimes you would tell batters that you have to pick your bowlers, but Tyler Supwan is picking his fielders at the moment, just really targeting Craig Emmanuel. First one here, drop catch went for 4. Second time around, drop catch went for 6.
42 from 41. Supwan to this delivery is hitting it into the offside, straight to the fielder. And looks to be caught, is that? Well, the Repos side, they're celebrating. That's gone straight to the field and out caught, in fact. For a while, I thought that had come on the bounce. But a powerful drive from Supwan finds the fielder and ends up in his dismissal. So his breezy knock has come to an end. Tyler Supwan going caught on the offside off the bowling of Jamal Lesmore. And so now it's 97 for 7. 42 needed from, 40 deliveries.
This time, Jamal Lesmore asking Supwan to hit against the breeze towards the offside, just making that appropriate adjustment in line. And he picked the wrong fielder this time, Claudius. Picking out the captain, Shalry. Didn't have to do much work like what Emmanuel would have had to have done. This one went straight to him. Tyler Supwan didn't look like he had the technical proficiency to make use of the offside of the ground and perished in his hunt for more boundaries. But with the rate just at 6.3, again, just a cool head required to see the Micoud team home.
So, Lesmore will move into the looking to cut, doesn't make contact. Pamphil, the new batsman. Sanjay Pamphil starts with the dot ball. Lesmore moving into Pamphil, delivery that's outside the off, some wide call. So one more to the total, 98. 98 for 7, 41 required from 39 deliveries. Lesmore moving in, bowls to Pamphil, Pamphil back, hits it hard into the ground. We'll get the single as Shalry is coming in from the circle at the extra cover position, or wide mid-off. One more to the total, 99 for 7, 40 required from 38. Sammy in strike. Lesmore to Sammy. Sammy to this delivery is back in defense. One the single, it's not on. So he concedes the dot ball. And with one delivery left in the over, perhaps would want to take strike at the start of the next over. So let's see how he plays this final delivery of over number 14. 40 required from 37. Delivery to this one. He's back, hitting it. Exactly what you thought. So one taken, the 100 coming up. So 100 for 7 after 14 over. Merlin Sammy goes to 11 from 10. 39 required, 36 deliveries. That's the formula, or that's the equation in this first semi-final of SPLT 2023.
The Micoud Eagles would be heavily reliant on a performance from Merlin Sammy tonight. Merlin Sammy definitely holds the key, and the Repos Pioneers would be thinking that if they could prize out the wicket of Merlin Sammy, that they would be all but home. No disrespect or no underestimation to the rest of the batters, of course.
Hazel Shalry, 3 overs, no maidens, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets for 8 runs. He's gonna move in to Sammy. 39 required from 36. This is over number 15. Shalry moves in, bowls to Sammy. Sammy is back in defense and plays it in front of him. So happy to concede the dot ball. He's still got lots of opportunities. 39 from 35. Shalry to Sammy. Sammy back looking to cut, doesn't make contact. Dot ball again. as total remains 100 for 7. Pressure building up on Sammy with those 2 dot balls. Shalry to Sammy. Sammy to this delivery is hoiking that straight down the ground on the bounce and will be stopped by the fielder coming from the mid-on, the long-on region. So 1 taken. 101 for 7. Pamphil comes in to strike. 38 needed from what? 33. 38 needed from 33. Shalry to Pamphil. Pamphil is hitting that hard into the ground and will get the single as it goes along the ground out towards long off. The fielder comes off the boundary. So they 107. So this over they have gone to 1-1. 2 from 4 deliveries. Shalry to Sammy. Looking to be stopped. Good work by Sabinas Emmanuel. A big drive from Merlin Sammy looking to go towards the onside, perhaps over long on. He has missed. And the Bills have been whipped off by Sabinas Emmanuel with celebrations now from the Monrepo Pioneers. Merlin Sammy walks off with a bit of a complaint to the umpire, but that's not going to change the price of coffee as he's been dismissed. Stumped by Sabinas Emmanuel of Hazel Shalry, who has picked up his 4th wicket. And in the 15th over, the Micoud Eagles, they have slid to 102 for 8. 37 needed from 31 deliveries.
Hazel Shalry proving to be the man for the big moment for the Monrepo Pioneers team. Crucial semi-final game. Someone needed to put up their hand, and Hazel Shalry, answering the call, has picked up 4 wickets and has only conceded 10 runs. Amazing figures thus far, and he does have 1 delivery left. It's possible that we could see a 5-wicket haul here in the semi-finals. The batter coming in here, it looks to be Ted Jonas. It's 47 required from 5.1 overs. Still very much doable. 1 over could actually change this game.
But I think Monrepo Pioneers would just that they are in front just because of the fact that only 2 wickets are left in the bag for the Eagles.
And having seen the back of all the Sammies.
Indeed. So Jonas is going to 1 delivery in his Shalry. Can he pick up a 5-wicket haul? He's got 4 for 10. As Jonas, the left-hander, will take strike. So 37 needed from 51. Close thing. The Micoud Eagles needing a couple of boundaries to even make it more exciting. Shalry moving in to Jonas. Jonas to the deliveries, playing back. Will want a single. Some hesitation. The throw comes in but misses. Emmanuel was on the ground and having to contend with having to throw with the gloves. Not able to break the stumps as they take 1. So the 15th completed. At the end of it, 103 for 8. The Micoud Eagles, they need 36 from 30. A very close thing. We'll have more from Jamal, and it's going to be Clivers to bring the excitement of the last 5 overs or so, if we can get off.
A fantastic spell from
was made before.
Hazel Shalry. 4 overs. He has picked up 4 wickets and has only gone for 11 runs. Things clearly in the favor of the Monrepo team. Everything has gone according to plan, as we see the reintroduction of Craig Emmanuel, the man who has really done the job at the business end for the Monrepo team, and quite successfully. Welcome back, Clivers.
Thank you, Jamal. In exciting finish or a team finishing way, depending on how you look at it. But certainly, Craig Emmanuel would prefer it to be done and dusted in a matter of 2 deliveries. But Ted Jonas and Sanjay Pamphil do have the ability, and Craig Emmanuel in this match has been a bit expensive. He's solitary over going for 10 runs and so far. And of course, the skipper now has the headache of finding whether he's going to go back to Cody Fontenelle or Shawnil Edward, who's both been on the expensive side as well. So the two spinners who really kept things tight and took all the wickets have finished their spells. So Craig Emmanuel will continue and he'll be bowling to Ted Jonas. He would fancy his chances against Ted Jonas. There's Craig Emmanuel, and Ted Jonas is getting a delivery on about middle and leg and turns it into the onside for a single. So Jonas doing the right thing, giving Pamphile, who's been there before him, the striker. Probably one would think Pamphile has a more ability than him with the bats, but certainly Jonas can hit a long ball as well.
Yes, but for those persons interested in seeing Micoud into the finals, it would certainly rest on the shoulders of Sanjay Pamphile. In local cricket, he is known as a man who can hit a long ball, and with 45 required from 4.5 overs, Micoud would be hoping that he can unfurl some big blows.
Sanjay Pamphile experiencing a little bit of difficulty getting the helmet to fit around the thick dreadlock of his, and I think he's gotten it right this time. Sabinas Emmanuel, who probably has a little bit more experience wearing helmet than he, and Sanjay Pamphile has given up on the helmet altogether. It does not seem to fit, so he's given up on it. Sanjay Pamphile decides to go bareheaded, and he will be facing up to Craig Emmanuel. Jamal, what would you do as Craig Emmanuel at this juncture, seeing that he tried on the helmet, it didn't fit, he turned it away? What would you do?
I think we all know what's about to come in.
Certainly, Craig Emmanuel is relishing the opportunity as well. Very experienced. He's done the business on the back end, and somebody's calling for the double bluff. And Craig Emmanuel shot delivery, lifted delivery, exactly what we thought would have happened, Jamal, and I'm sure the viewers would have expected that as well. But Sanjay Pamphile not afraid to go after him, even without the helmet.
I think that Craig was a bit merciful here, not directing this one at the body.
Craig Emmanuel turns away from us and is going to be moving. Sanjay Pamphile is still trying to get his equipment sorted out, and he does so now. Taps away with the arrival of this delivery from Emmanuel. Again, backing away and looking for the big heave is Sanjay Pamphile. This one goes through to wicket keeper Sabinas Emmanuel. No contact made, and another dot delivery, more importantly, Jamal. So now we have some 27 deliveries and some 35 runs needed. That gap is growing, and you have the likes of Pamphile and Jonas trying to overhaul the 138 set by the Pioneers.
In every game for the Monrepo team, Craig Emmanuel has really been the boss of this phase of the innings.
Emmanuel this time to Pamphile. This time Pamphile again makes no contact. This one goes right through. It's a slow delivery from Craig Emmanuel. Sanjay Pamphile looking for that big heave out towards mid-wicket and not making any contact. Another dot delivery. So an excellent over from Craig Emmanuel. He started off with his first over going for 10. This one, he's bowled 4 deliveries for a solitary run. And you have said it, Jamal. Craig Emmanuel in this tournament, the KFC SPLT20, has been the boss of this phase. Really, the specialist on the back end for the Monrepo Pioneers as he moves in over the wicket to Pamphile. Pamphile gets some contact this time, and he comes through for the single. Craig Emmanuel will fill off his own bowling, but he can't restrict the scoring. But a very good over in the making for Craig Emmanuel, and he will look to finish this one, close up this one well for himself, and certainly to keep adding the pressure on the Micoud Eagles.
Better batters than Jonas and Pamphile have tried to manhandle Emmanuel at this phase of the innings and have all been unsuccessful.
So Emmanuel this time to Jonas. A full delivery. Jonas gets some bat on it, but can't get it off the square. Sabinas Emmanuel does the fielding, and there are some smiles around the camp of the Monrepo Pioneers the over comes to a close after some 16 overs, 105 for 8, 105 for 8. At the same point, Jamal, the Monroe Pioneers, they were 115 for 6.
Certainly still possible if you are a Micoud Eagles fan, but one of these two batters need to get a move on with immediate effect, Clivers. Somebody needs to get the ball away to the boundary.
Definitely so, and it's still pretty manageable. The required rate is only 8.50 and over, so it's nothing way up in the sky. It's something that can be done, but the likes of Pamphile and Jonas would need to find the boundary at least once every over and run the singles. This last over from Craig Emmanuel was pretty special, just added to the pressure, and it's Keon Gaston, who will come back from the southern end of the players' pavilion end, and he will be bowling to Pamphile, who's been there for some 7 deliveries and has gotten only 3 runs. The reintroduction of Gaston, good move for the skipper.
It really spells more trouble for the Micoud Eagles.
Gaston, right up over the wicket to Pamphile. Pamphile is going for the drive and gets a hand to it. There will be a run on his days. The dive from Pamphile. Really, Gaston should have looked to throw back at the striker's end because Jonas had fallen asleep on his bat and Pamphile went through for the run. Even if Jonas did not respond with immediacy, but he came through for the run nevertheless.
To my mind, Pamphile should have stayed on strike and should have tried to maximize this over from Gaston.
Pamphile has gotten out of the kitchen. Probably he feels it's too hot in the kitchen, so he's out. It's Jonas's turn. Gaston remains over the wicket to the left-hander. It's Gaston to Jonas, and Jonas is just guiding this one, and the fielder comes in really quickly. Is that Cody Fontenelle? And does the fielding, but not before they come through for another single. The ones will not do it for them at this point, Jamal, and now we're down to a mere 22 deliveries, still some 32 runs to get.
Keon Gaston, in the mold of a Craig Emmanuel at this phase of the innings, relies on a lot of trickery. He has a bag of tricks. He has the bouncer. He has the off cutter. He has the slower balls, and then just mixing it up here for the batter. So quite difficult for Pamphile and Jonas to pick what's coming and to negotiate.
This time, Gaston to Pamphile. Pamphile is going for the big heave over the top of the square leg fielder out towards the boundary. They come through for one. The second one is on Jonas. He's quick. Pamphile is struggling. The second one is taken, and there is another ricochet. If they were more aware, they might have gotten a third run here. But really, the running between the wicket is not up to mark, particularly in this delivery. Pamphile got it over square leg, and they only went through for 2. Long distance for mid-wicket to cover and to get that throw back in. So really and truly, a little bit more aggression required on the running as Gaston comes in again to Pamphile. Pamphile is slapping this one out towards long off. They come through for 1. Jonas is already halfway back. Jonas looks really sharp. Pamphile is still trying to get his equipment sorted out as Jonas is pushing him for another 2, but he'll settle for just 1. 1 is not going to be enough, Jamal.
Jonas understands the assignment. He knows that Pamphile needs to be the one to get the big hits away. Jonas hasn't shown the capabilities to do that in the tournament thus far.
As Gaston comes in this time to Jonas, and Jonas is looking for it. He gets some contact onto it, out towards a deep extra cover. 1 run taken, and that's all there will be. Pamphile is already thrown anchor, and he's not even looking to get the second run. And really, Pamphile is doing a disservice to the Micoud Eagles at this point, Jamal.
They need to eke out every run that's available, but it may well play to their advantage because with him on strike, if he can access the boundary now, it could serve as an apology to the Micoud team.
And it is going to be Gaston looking to close up this over. Well, balls to Pamphil, and Pamphil gets a delivery, short lifting delivery outside of stump, goes through to the wicket keeper, and a dot delivery to end the 17th over. 111 for 8, 111 for 8, some 28 runs needed from 18 balls. We are taking this one down to the wire, Jamal, and at the moment, the Pioneers would think they have the advantage, but the Eagles would also think that with Jonas and Pamphil, they have an opportunity.
It is certainly possible, but with the rate creeping up towards 10, it's currently at 9.33, and with the skill and experience of Craig Emmanuel to contend with, truly someone who at this phase of the game has been on top of his game. And with Keon Gaston with overs in the bank, the future is looking bleak for the Micoud Eagles.
Keon Gaston has bowled 3 so far, Craig Emmanuel 2. And Craig Emmanuel comes in to bowl the 18th over, bowling to Jonas. Wide outside of stump, a little bit too wide as the umpire would adjudge. And one more to the total, 27 required from 18 balls. Ted Jonas, Sanjay Pamphil, can they do it for the Avatar Healthcare Holdings Micoud Eagles, or the Monrepo Credit Union Monrepo Pioneers have the ball entrusted to Craig Emmanuel? Who is it going to be as we go down towards the wire? 18 deliveries to go. Craig Emmanuel moves into bowl to Ted Jonas. And again, Jonas is just guiding this one. He's taking one. He's thinking of a second. Pamphil is not interested. And it's one they will get. The 26 needed from 17. Jamal, the Pioneers would still think they have their noses in front in this one.
Certainly, and with the psychological impact of the previous over from Emmanuel, with those bouncers near the foot of Pamphil, he's unsure as to what's coming there right now. The fear factor is in his mind.
And it's a loose delivery out in the air, and drop and goes for 4. This is a no ball, and it goes for 4. Really, Dscg Henry made a mess of this one. He was too far in. Full delivery, well over a waist high, and Sanjay Pamphil been rewarded with a boundary, whereas Dscg Henry, he had really overrun this ball, Jamal. Really poor from Dscg on the boundary, and really slipped out of the grip of Craig Emmanuel.
And a bit of complacency possibly creeping into the game for the Monrepo Pioneers and paying for it dearly. Can Pamphil make them pay even more?
And he's can't on this occasion. Short delivery into the body of him, and he's looking at the umpire for a call on this one. The umpire says it was good, 1 for the over, and it's a dot delivery. So 21 needed from 16. This game, Jamal is definitely going to the wire, and Pamphil, he's moved to 11 from 13. Every fielder needs to stay alert because this one is going to the wire. Who can hold a nerve? Craig Emmanuel moves into Pamphil. Another short delivery in the air, out towards the fielder. Dscg Henry races off the boundary. They think of the second. Is it a run out? It's not. Ted Jonas, they went to the wrong end, if you ask me. Ted Jonas is grease lightning out there. He is very fast, and he completes the second run with relative ease. As the return came in, and Craig Emmanuel was unable to remove that bail before Jonas completed that second run. 2 more to the total. It's getting tight, very tight. 19 needed from 15 deliveries. Can Craig Emmanuel close off this over? What is it going to be? Is Pamphil going to get another boundary here? Craig Emmanuel into Pamphil, wide delivery on the leg side, and called wide by the umpire. Pressure mounting. Can Craig Emmanuel hold his nerve, or will it be Sanjay Pamphil? It's 18 required from some 15 deliveries, Jamal. It is getting tense.
Getting very tense, very tight here. Craig Emmanuel, we did mention his prowess at this phase of the innings, but he's a human being like anybody else, and This is the thing about pressure. And Dscg Henry was under no pressure in the previous boundary. He should have just cut the ball and returned it, but a bit of complacency creeping in there, and now the entire team is under pressure. This game is tense, this game is tight.
This game is definitely going to the wire, and this last 3 deliveries from Craig Emmanuel has a lot to do and say about it. And this is another wide outside of some. Craig Emmanuel looks disappointed, and definitely the wheels are beginning to come off, and there's a bit of momentum now being wrestled away from the Pioneers as the 138 begins to look a little bit smaller, and the captain really would want something better from Craig Emmanuel. He needs to dig deep now. But Sanjay Pamphile, he's on 13 from 14. He's playing a nice little hand. He's now put some pressure back on Craig Emmanuel, and definitely that moment from Dscg Henry is a turning point in this particular over. Craig Emmanuel to Pamphile, into the path of Pamphile, and they come through for what may very well be a leg by, and it came off the pads, but one more run to the total. 17 required from 13, is it, or 14? 16 from 14, so it's getting very, very close.
Sanjay Pamphile would count himself very unlucky here. Just a little bit of bat on that delivery with the fielder posted at short fine leg. Just a tiny bit of bat, and he would have gotten at least 3 or even 4 runs.
And definitely Craig Emmanuel wants to get out of this over. It's been a little bit more expensive than he would have liked, than his captain Christian Charlie would have liked. He's bowling to Ted Jonas. Is he getting a wicket for it? And he just dropped this one down to third man and come through for the single. Jonas is thinking about the second. It's not on. It's one more to the total. So 15 from 13. And definitely the shifting fortunes and glorious uncertainties is happening right here, unfolding in front of us, with Pamphile and Jonas really mounting a fantastic recovery for the Eagles.
Beautiful game, certainly cricket is. You would have mentioned just 2 overs ago that singles wouldn't do it, but just look at us now.
Here's where we are, but there was a boundary that made a major difference. 5 no balls as Craig Emmanuel. This one is in the air. Is it gonna go? It goes for 6. And Sanjay Pamphile is hitting this one high and long, and this has really turned the game on its head. 130 comes up for 8. Some 9 required from 12 balls, and the Monrepo Pioneers, they are really, the things have turned for them here, Jamal. Pressure, the fans are saddened. Micoud seem to have really wrestled the momentum away from the Pioneers, but it only takes 1 ball, Jamal, to turn things around again.
If you come out to the KFC SPL tonight, you're certainly getting your money's worth. As you would have mentioned, Clive, it was a game of glorious uncertainties and shifting fortunes. And the pendulum of uncertainty, the pendulum of excitement certainly swinging here tonight. What we thought would have been an easy game here for the Monrepo team, turning to the trump card, Craig Emmanuel, to close out like he has done in every game for them thus far. Doesn't seem to have been working tonight. Some complacency creeping into the game of the Monrepo team, and Pamphile here. You would have mentioned that he would have earned his right to have been in the team. He would have been left out in the earlier rounds, and certainly making a case for himself here tonight. Could he be the hero tonight?
He's already shaping up to be the hero, Pamphile, and he is in strike, and it will be Gaston. This over, everything is on this over. Gaston, Pamphile looking to just dab this one, and a dot delivery to start things off. Pamphile, is that the right choice? Just looking to run this one down to third man, where Rohan Lesmore is patrolling and not making any contact. So it's 9 from 11 balls. Sanjay Pamphile, he's facing Keon Gaston. He will need to dig deep. He will need to come to the party. But Pamphile is already, is it Jonas? It's Jonas again looking to guide this one. Is Ted Jonas. and missing. So 2 dot deliveries. So now it's 9 from 10. Ted Jonas not making any contact. He really want to give the strike to Sanjay Pamphile.
Yes, and he's trying to just dab the ball and run, but he would have been better served, possibly flashing a hand outside the line of the off stump for this one here. Getting this ball over the point fielder there will certainly bring 2 or 4.
Again, this time he gets it past point, out towards the boundary. 1, 2 taken, and that's all there will be. But a solid 2 runs, and exactly what you call for, Jamal. He flashed at it, got it past the short backward point fielder, out towards the boundary, and came through for the second. So it's now 7 from 9. 7 from 9. Keon Gaston will have to come up with a few dot deliveries if they are to come back in this one. Momentum certainly is with the Eagles. The Eagles are beginning to fly again, and the Pioneers are looking to hunt them down. Gaston into Jonas, and Jonas is dabbing this one out towards Footman. They come through for 1. Think of the second. Jonas is coming for the second, and he gets the second run. Jonas is really putting some pressure on the field, and Rohan Lesmore on this occasion cannot come up with the goods, and Jonas another 2 runs. So 5 runs required from some 8 deliveries at this time. So pressure really mounting on the Pioneers.
Yes, Keon Gaston has forecasted the line here. He's going to be pulling outside the line of the off. Jonas just dabbing these balls, getting to a bit of a field change here, a fielder posted here. Is that in the gully region to prevent the single?
It's pretty wide, as if you say, and it went right through him. Keon Gaston, he needed to be attacking the stumps a lot more, if you ask me. Went right through him on this occasion. If there was another layer of paint on that stump, it might have hit the stump. Really, really close this one was. And Jonas would count himself lucky to have survived. So it will come down, definitely come down to the last over, unless Ted Jonas hits a 6 in this one. But some good running from him, good pressure cricket, a very exciting finish as Gaston will look to come off this over well. Can he get a wicket? Will Jonas be able to get the boundary that he so desires, or even a 2? Again, and Jonas is driving. He gets 1. He will be thinking of the second one. Jonas, there's a misfield, and oh my goodness, the wheels are coming off. Pressure on the Moripo Pioneers, and everything that could have gone wrong is going wrong. And it is Dscg again who is guilty of that misfield. Dscg Henry is throwing the game away for the Pioneers, and whoever is bowling that last 6 will have to be extremely tight to prevent the Eagles from soaring tonight.
You could just feel the tension here. You could actually cut it with a knife here tonight, and a lot of pressure on this fielder here, Dscg Henry. One of the sharper fielders in the Monipo team actually, but that moment of complacency where he felt that he was just underneath that catch, misjudged it, it went for the boundary, then he allowed a 2, and now he's misfielding, and that single would have kept Ted Jonas on strike, which ideally would be what Craig Emmanuel would have wanted, to have bowled that ball outside the line of the off stump there to Jonas. But now it has brought in Sanjay Pamphile, who has shown the boundary hitting ability, but just 3 runs required of 6 balls.
But Craig Emmanuel could definitely turn out to be the hero or the villain. But certainly Pamphile himself has lined up himself to be the hero. He's on 19 from 16. Ted Jonas has moved to 12 from 13. 136 from 19. 3 runs required from the last 6 deliveries, and everyone is at the edge of the seat as Craig Emmanuel comes to Pamphile, and it's over with 1 ball. Craig Emmanuel shot. Sanjay Pamphile helping himself out to a big fella. 4 runs, and the Eagles have flown into the finals here at the Darren Sammy cricket ground. And when all was lost, the Eagles have come up trumps of the batting of Sanjay Pamphile, the most unlikely hero here at the Darren Sammy cricket ground. 23 not out from 17 deliveries, 140 for 8, 19.1 overs. What a finish, Jamal James.
A game of glorious uncertainties and shifting fortunes. You could have never told who really had this game until the last few moments of it all. But the pressure really got to the Monipo team, and as you said, the wheels just came off the bus, and the usual suspects charged with the responsibility to deliver the goods did not deliver tonight. And Sanjay Pamphil coming into the team, I think this might just be his second or so game of the tournament. He would have had a great showing at the Grizzly playing field with ball in hand, but tonight doing the business with the bat and sealing the deal for the Micoud Eagles team and flying the Eagles straight into the finals of the KFC SPL.
Definitely a really good stuff from Sanjay Pamphil, and a good partnership between himself and Ted Jonas, taking it from just about 100, so it's a good solid 40 or so, 96 for 7, and really putting on some 44 runs for that the last wicket partnership. Well, really that winning partnership, Ted Jonas and Sanjay Pamphil, the two of them coming together from 96 for 7 and taking the score over the 139 required for victory. So the Micoud Eagles, they've really done fantastically well here. They bowled exceptionally well. Darren Sammy really was the chief talisman, and the pendulum swung towards the Pioneers, and again Jonas and Pamphil wrestled that momentum, but they were really helped with some loose bowling, very indisciplined bowling on the part of the Monipo Pioneers. Shonil Edward was very guilty of that. He bowled the longest over of the tournament, and I think had they not gone for 20-something extras, certainly the Monipo Pioneers would have been on their way to the finals. But it was their doing. They really defeated themselves, put themselves under a lot of pressure by the indisciplined bowling, and on the back end, the indisciplined fielding as well.
Lamentable here, because so great was the bowling from the two spinners in the form of Hazel Shari and Jamal Lesmore. They did an excellent job strangling and stifling the batting of the Micoud team, only to have been upended by some poor fielding towards the back end when the pressure was really telling. The fielders did not come to the party tonight for Monipo, which usually is a very good fielding team. But we must commend Sanjay Pamphil, and again Ted Jonas. If you remember, Clivers, in that game against the boys from the city, remember the actors holding City Blaster, remember it was Ted Jonas at the end who delivered the final blow of the bowling of Dylan John to have won Micoud Eagles the game. So Ted Jonas really enhancing his match-winning credentials tonight.
Definitely so, and showing some good composure himself and Pamphil. They did not panic when we saw the middle order of the Avatar Holdings Micoud Eagles really losing their way. The tail really did wag tonight for them in the presence of Jonas as well as Pamphil.
But remember, Clivers, tonight was actually an unexpected battle, the battle of the tail, because remember we would have discussed the tail of the Monipo Pioneers team, and even the middle order to the tail has been untested, but the tail or the lower order batters from the Micoud team, they would have won games for them as the tournament went on. So when this moment came down, the pressure moment, they would have had experience and practice at this phase of the game. So congratulations to the Micoud team. They are now awaiting the winners of the semi-final game tomorrow between Grizzly and the Super Stampers.
And just to give you a bit of the batting card here for the Avatar, the Avatar Healthcare Holdings Micoud Eagles, Chauvin Charles, he got 6. The Moving Wells 14. Noel Leo caught Edward of the bowling of Lesmore for 9. The Darren Sammy caught off the bowling of Shalry for 15. Kirsten Jules caught off the bowling of Shalry for 2. Merlan Sammy caught off the bowling of Shalry, and Lance Sammy caught off the bowling of Shalry for 1. Sukwa caught off the bowling of Lesmore for 14. Not out Pamphil 23, and Jonas not out for 12. So the Micoud Eagles 140 for 8 in 19.1. Gaston 4 overs, no maidens, none for 29. Henry Dikesh Henry 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10. Shonil Edward 1 over for 18. Hazel Chalry 4 overs, no maidens, 4 for 10. Lesmore 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 21. Craig Emmanuel 3.1 overs, none for 34. And Fontenelle 1 over for 8. So this is what it is here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. And definitely want to say on behalf of the entire commentary team, Claudius Emmanuel, Jamal, James, and Greg Wilson, as well as myself, Clivers Jules, and the production team. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow for semi-finals number 2 here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Do you want access to all local content from one location? 758 Stream In is the one for you. We provide you with 24/7 local TV channels and radio at any location, worldwide. Keep in touch with latest news, sports and weather, via your laptop, smartphone, tablet, smart TV, Fire TV stick, Android box and more. Watch online or download the app. Call 715-5555 to register for 1 free month.
Since 1963, our mandate has been to serve people. You know, farming people, fishing people, teaching people, police people, Choiseul people, Soufre and all their people, no matter where they are. And our people are here, ready to serve with a smile, professionalism and flexibility. If all that makes you think we're your kind of people, then we're ready to help you. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. We make lives better. Join us today. Telephone 459-3100 or 459-3119.
Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
Wow, talk about winning by the skin of your teeth. So much packed excitement right here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds. This has been semi-final 1 of the KFC SPLT20 powered by the National Lotteries Authority. And of course, right about now, we're going to speak with the captains of both teams, talking about the Micoud Eagles being victorious tonight, and of course, against the Monrepo Pioneers. So, we're going to be speaking with Captain Shalry, right, from the Monrepo Pioneers. So, Captain, tell us about this experience tonight. How do you feel about this game?
It was a really, really close game. It was a hard-fought game on both teams, and I have to commend the two low-order batsmen, Ted and Sanjay, for sticking around, because in situations like that it's really easy to lose your head and just go after, and they stuck around and they caught their singles, and that's pretty much what won Micoud the game. So they kept their cool and they took it away from us.
Wonderful. So any highlights? What really got you tonight in the semi-finals match?
I think our extras, that's what lost us the game. We bowled way too many extras. I mean, 31 extras. I think that was more than likely the top scorer for Micoud, if not the second highest score. Bowling 31 extras in a game where we're chasing 141 is shooting yourself in the foot, essentially. So, we're back to the drawing board. I'm still proud of my guys for the way they played tonight, because our batting didn't exactly fire, and we still were able to put up a respectable performance. So I think it was just good cricket all around on the night. So I'm really happy to see that.
And of course, we're very happy that Monrepo brought the entire team, their music side, their band, and all their fans to definitely represent, even though, it was a bit trying tonight. But congratulations anyway for, being part of a great game tonight.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to speak with the captain of, the victorious Micoud Eagles. And of course, that's our captain overall as far as St. Lucia is concerned. Wow. Darren, tell us, how do you feel about tonight's game, literally by the skin of your teeth?
It's like deja vu. The last time I was here, it was the exact same thing, and Ted and Sanjay, it shows how deep we are as a team and the confidence the guys have. Sanjay said he would go out there and win it, and Ted said if it comes to him, he's going to do it. And I guess the experience gained from the Central Castries game helped calm them nerves, knowing that they could do it again. But I would say an exciting game of cricket, not smart from both teams, especially, if I break down the game, Monrepo was in a really good position halfway. To restrict them to 140 was excellent, and then we started off with a flyer and they came back. So it was a seesaw type of game, but those low totals presents the most exciting games, and I'm just happy that we are on the winning side and we booked our place in the finals for Saturday.
All right, wonderful. So we're looking forward to another extraordinary game from the Micoud Eagles. What were the highlights? What really got you going tonight?
No, I think not giving up whilst we were in the field. We kept saying if we keep taking wickets, we could restrict them to under 150. So that started off. And, just in the end there, just seeing how, professional Ted and Sanjay was, just reading the game, and for me, just watching it, with my heart racing at the same time. But bringing the game home, I think that was the highlight of the game.
So it looks like Micoud Eagles has that Burna Boy vibe with that last.
Yeah, it seems so. We hear the 20,000 fans that came to support us. Well, it felt like that. My mom was there, my cousins. So hopefully on Saturday, more people come, because the games. What you could guarantee is when Micoud is playing, it will be excitement. So if you're not doing anything on Saturday, come down and feel the excitement there at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Beautiful great game of cricket, and of course the KFC SPLT20 continues tomorrow night, and of course congratulations to the Micoud Eagles for winning tonight's semi-finals 1. So definitely looking forward to seeing you on Saturday. So right about now we're going to introduce the man of the match. Who is it?
Me again.
Right.
Thank you. Well, you know what though? I did perform well, but I would really love to give that to Ted. The way I think he should have been the man of the match there. Handling that pressure, and I did think he got 3 or 4 wickets there with the ball in the back end. But thank you. 2 games, 2 man of the matches. Hopefully we could make it 3 and 3. Yes. Thank you.
So thanks again, Darren Sammy, for, wow, another beautiful game of cricket right here. So this has been the Premier Sports Inc. Presenting to you the KFC SPLT20 game, and of course, which is brought to you by the National, powered by the National Lotteries Authority, and of course, with to all our sponsors coming on board. Semi-finals one is over at this hour. So we come back again tomorrow, 7 p.m. for semi-finals 2, where it will be Grosley against Soufre. Grosley against Soufre coming up tomorrow night right here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds. So keep it locked in, and of course, come on, come all, come out to the games. There is lots of space available, lots of drinks, lots of eats. Bring your family, bring your friends. This is the place to be tomorrow night.
U.S. Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. U.S. Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Do you want access to all local content from one location? 758 Stream In is the one for you. We provide you with 24/7 local TV channels and radio at any location, worldwide. Keep in touch with latest news, sports and weather, via your laptop, smartphone, tablet, smart TV, Fire TV stick, Android box and more. Watch online or download the app. Call 715-5555 to register for 1 free month.
Since 1963, our mandate has been to serve people. You know, farming people, fishing people, teaching people, police people, Choiseul people, Soufre and all their people, no matter where they are. And our people are here, ready to serve with a smile, professionalism and flexibility. If all that makes you think we're your kind of people, then we're ready to help you. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. We make lives better. Join us today. Telephone 459-3100 or 459-3119.
Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914. or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
It's a new day, a day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment, to work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Choiseul is on the rise. What they don't know is that we are just getting started.
Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Do you want access to all local content from one location? 758 Stream In is the one for you. We provide you with 24/7 local TV channels and radio at any location, worldwide. Keep in touch with latest news, sports and weather, via your laptop, smartphone, tablet, smart TV, Fire TV stick, Android box and more. Watch online or download the app. Call 715-5555 to register for one free month.
Since 1963, our mandate has been to serve people. You know, farming people, fishing people, teaching people, police people, Choiseul people, Soufrière and all their people, no matter where they are. And our people are here, ready to serve with a smile, professionalism and flexibility. If all that makes you think we're your kind of people, then we're ready to help you. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. We make lives better. Join us today. Telephone 459-3100 or 459-3119.
Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914. Or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
It's a new day. A day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment, to work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Choiseul is on the rise. What they don't know is that we are just getting started.
Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.